Oh, it's the light. Morning, y'all. Good morning, whoever's here. Perfect. Ah, shit, I didn't turn on my tablet. It's okay. We're a little early. No big deal. What's up, dude? I don't know if my microphone sounds good, so I have to wait. I forgot to turn on my stuff. I have my new headband on. It's a little bit smaller, actually. That little ponytail thingy is smaller. I bought the head tie yesterday, so I just put it on. I'm like, wait a minute, this one's shorter. Like, it's not as long as the one that I currently have. All good? All right. Go on YouTube. Let's do a quick test. Test 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. Wow, Carla, I haven't seen you in 10 million years. Good to see you. Wow, Carla, I haven't seen you in 10 million years. Good to see you. Oh, I'm well. How can I not be? I'm the creator, right? Going for a walk. Every morning we take a morning walk. Ooh. Really good to see you. I wasn't expecting, I've never seen you on the stream before. Didn't even know you were subscribed. Actually, you were subscribed to the channel. It's fascinating. Yeah, all's good. This is not ready yet. Oh. We're going to be talking about, well, you know, today is April Fool's Day, but we're going to be talking about how the mind likes to fool you. Come on, come on. Gotta wait. My apps are loaded to the SD card, so it takes a moment for it to load up. Yeah, my new headband is... I like my other one. The other one's longer. We're doing a quick little setup on the stream here. You know, it'd be funny if the channel's actually working properly now. I'll be so, like, where was this the entire time? Yesterday we had like 8 people on at one point. It's interesting. Okay, cool. My streams are on. My streams are on. We are going outside. Wow, I was kind of caught off guard, to be honest, with you, Carla, if you're still there. But yeah, good to see you. It's a little windy outside. I don't think it's gonna rain, but okay, Google, turn off light.
Try again in a few seconds.
Okay, Google, turn off light.
For this, Google
Are you for real?
add information and capabilities for my responses. You can give the app a try.
Okay, Google, turn off light. There we go. Silliness, oh my God. My music playlist, I have to take a shower and get into. I saw you. Yeah, it's been interesting. So interesting that the live stream, I've been live streaming for over a year, and my channel got fucked, this channel anyways, and now all of a sudden, it's starting to somewhat work again. Because this channel does not show it to the subscribers. Unless you purposely know that I'm streaming and you actually look for my channel. But you know, maybe it's all divine intervention that things were to happen. Welcome to the area. A little windy. Got my hair cut yesterday. We're starting a new month, but I'll be leaving this channel. I have another channel. It's called Orion Stellar, because I'm no longer the superhero of love. This is not who I am anymore. This channel is like, it's whatever now. On that channel, I'll be speaking about, well, you're God. You're the creator. You have the power in every present moment. You can change your life at any time. And this actually comes hand in hand with, you know, today is April Fool's Day. And this is the perfect time because the mind likes to fool everybody into believing a lot of bullshit that is not actually real. Like thinking you need to actually heal, or thinking you need to actually go, you know, well, you have to go on your journey to find out you never have to go on your journey. It's the divine paradox of reality. Let's see. Have to get ready for. Enjoy. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you, sister. Enjoy your day. What's up, mister? By the way, almost congratulations to 500 subscribers for you. I saw your channel. You were at like 487 when I jumped on for a moment. You're doing good, dude. I saw you playing. Screw it. We're gonna cross. $4.94. Wow. Let's go. Let's go, dude. See? 6 more people, bro. 6 more. Good job. You're almost there, and then you're gonna hit. Then your goal is to 1,000. I saw you were playing Resident Evil Requiem. That's good, man. Keep it up. Since you hadn't seen what I look like, look, I got back my black beard, and I'm looking, yeah. I'm looking ready for April. I didn't even walk anywhere yesterday. like outside because I was doing my exercises. So I'll just go straight. Yeah, you're gonna get to that 1,000 easy. It's good, man. Keep it up. It's good stuff. I see you playing, and you're yeah. You must have a really good computer too, because I know that game is a little demanding on this on the hardware. So I wouldn't be able to play Resident Evil Requiem with good frames on that computer, because it'd probably like chug along. Chug along. Thank you. Yeah. You know, today is, when I was a kid, today would be the day where everybody would be playing tricks on you, right? The Fool's Day. Everybody would be, they would find a way to prank you or fool you or trick you, right? And this is the perfect time, because the mind likes to gaslight you sometimes into believing that it's not possible, right? No, I didn't. I didn't. Because doesn't that game have to... Can you play with controller? If you can play with controller, I might give it a shot. If it has controller support, I'll give it a shot. If it doesn't have controller support, I can't, because of keyboard and my setup. I'm literally playing on the ground now. I'm not at a desk anymore or on the sofa. We're gonna go this way today. Back to what I was saying. So, today is a day where people back in the day would be fooling people, because, April Fool's Day. They'd be like, today, be mindful of things that you see on the internet, right? Be mindful of things, because it could be trolls, it could be fake, it could be a prank, right? Gotcha. Okay. And the mind, right? Unless you are very present with yourself, you can get caught up with the illusions of the tricks and the potential scams as well, because people do scam on April Fool's Day. I've seen it happen. But that leads me to my whole thing about, well, we're actually our mind does that to us all the time. Our mind, being so powerful, it makes us at times second guess ourselves. Sometimes it makes us think that it's not possible, we'll never have it. It's only for some people, it's not for others, right? And you're a good example, Neo, because once upon a time you didn't think it was possible to get all those subscribers, right? But then I encouraged you, and I got your mind to start believing, and then you started to have some faith, and then you started seeing people subscribing, and now look at you. You're already at 494, close to 500. Let's just call it 500, because that's already done, right? And then your 1,000 is on its way, right? But it took a little bit of belief and faith, and getting your mind to say, you know what, we're gonna do this, and you did it. Now you're proof. You have physical proof that it works. But the mind sometimes will say, this is still not possible. Who am I? This is not for me. It'll start saying shit like, you can't do this. It'll say things like, that's not possible for you. But why isn't it? right? Why isn't it possible for you? It's possible for all of us, right? Whatever it is that you want to go after, it's possible. Some will say, well, because I look a certain way, or I sound a certain way, or I don't have the skills. But who's saying that? That's not you, that's the mind saying that. And when you start to tap into your beliefs, well, sister, good to see you. Ah, everybody's jumping on today. Look at that. Good to see you. Last time you jumped on, I was taking a shower, and I saw you. I'm like, I just missed you. I came back and you were gone. How's married life treating you, sister? I trust that married life has been awesome. And if your hubby is around, what's up, dude? But when the mind is like saying shit like, this is not for me, this is not possible, I can't have that, like, who am I? Like, that's all the trick of the mind. That's the foolery of the mind. The mind playing games and gaslighting you into believing that that's not possible, and then you entertain that as your truth. But the thing is, like, you're infinite, like, you have everything within you. It just sometimes doesn't feel like that. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday, when I was wearing my suit, because I had to go take a passport photo because my passport is expiring, so I decided to wear my suit. And plus, tomorrow is this character's birthday. So, you know, I got my hair cut and my beard done. I'm looking nice and sexy again. I'm looking nice and black. I got my black beard again for now, but I'll go back to my silver look. While I was walking around in the mall, I had different energy. And you could see like people just watching. I can feel people watching me. Not that I was like the center of the universe, but in my universe, I'm the center of the universe. And people were just gawking at me. That, and because I'm the only one that's kind of wearing a suit too. And it felt good because I used to wear suits all the time. And that changed, you know, that energy was like, oh, I really like that. How can I reach 100 viewers? That's an algorithm thing, bro. That one, that's very, I don't know. That one's a little bit challenging, but set the intention. Set the intention for 100 viewers and you will have it. You know what to do. You're doing great with your channel, with your subscriber count. Now just do the same thing with your viewer count. Just set the intention that I'm gonna have 100 viewers watching my stream and more, 100 plus. Ooh. So sorry for jumping. Nah, you're good. You're good. I know it's late. I knew it was late where you were. You don't have to apologize. You're good. Even just jumping on and saying hello was enough at that time. So I'm like, oh, you jumped on. I energetically said hello to you even though you were gone. And you energetically felt my greetings. So you're good. Ooh, it's a little windy today, but it's all good. It's not quite fully spring. Yesterday we had warmer weather. Today we have cooler weather, but it's all good. Excuse me. All right, so back to the mind. So it's perfect because, you know, this sometimes, you know, I catch this character saying things like, is this really possible for me? Can I actually have that? No, I can't have that. Nah, that's not for me. I'm not supposed to have that, right? And when the character starts talking like that, I'm like, hey, what are you doing, character? You have to stop that. And again, for those of you who are not sure what I'm referring to when I say the character, I'm referring to the body and the mind and the nervous system. And when I say the mind, I'm referring to the subconscious mind, and sometimes the conscious mind is on track and on board with what I'm saying. And when I say I, this is the itself. The new term for God is itself. So when itself is speaking, this is itself speaking right now. I have to give it a name because, you know, we humans, we have to use language to communicate to some degree. So itself is speaking right now, saying to the character, like, it is for you. You're supposed to have it. But if you continue to entertain with emotions that it's not for you, then I can't give it to you. And that's the trick. Let's see. Marriage life is great, even though we knew each other for a long time. It feels like we were just getting past the initial stages of attraction. Amazing. And then Neo said, nope. Right now I'm focusing on YouTube because I started in Twitch and couldn't get any viewers, but at all. But when I do it in YouTube, I get viewers. I'll be streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time when I get recognized in the future. Perfect. Yeah, cross-platform. You know what? I'm gonna hang. I have a moment. I can hang. Oops. I don't know why I shifted the camera there. I need to hang for a moment. I didn't hang yesterday. It'll be much easier in the spring, or spring/summer. Good. Cool. Phone battery at 97%. I'm gonna do the longer walk. Let's see. I'm gonna probably start streaming on Kick soon, but Kick requires too much different setup. So I have to like figure out how the hell am I gonna do that. But I will stream on the other YouTube channel just cause. But I do know like this channel was practice for the main stage, whatever the main stage is supposed to look like. But of course the mind's like, you're not gonna be a big streamer, you're not gonna do this, who are you, right? That's what the mind likes to say. And other people right now in the world, they want to do, yeah, you should do a giveaway. Other people in the world right now, when they look at other streamers, they're like, I want to do that too, but then they're afraid, right? Why are they afraid? It's because they have the same thought process of like, this is not for me. I'm not charismatic enough. I don't have that riz. I'm not funny enough. I'm not. Who am I to stream? Right? It's that question. Who am I? That the mind likes to throw in. Like, who am I? I can't do it. Yet, if it can have the power, and this is the funny thing about the mind, if it has the power to say, who am I? To say that I can't do this, then it can also say, well, I am a streamer and I can do this, or whatever it is that they want to do. There's our sister in her car. I'll wait till these cars pass. We are going to go the long way. Yeah, who am I to have people following and connecting with me? Who am I to say that I can do this? But you know who you are? You're the creator and you can do anything. You can do anything you want. What do you want to do right now? Me? Let's see. That's a great question. What do I want to do right now? Honestly, right now, I want to be on stage. I want to be, well, I'm not going to say want, I'm going to say desire. I desire to be on stage right now, wearing my suit, speaking to an audience, helping, serving, giving back, making sure that people are not suffering anymore, knowing that transformation is happening in every present moment, knowing that they have the power to change their life at will, not because of some miracle or some chance, that they have the power to change their life. That's what I really desire to do. And of course, be impacting billions of lives. Not just millions, but billions with a B. Because it's my destiny to do that. But I'm getting out of the way on how that looks. Because once upon a time, not a year ago, but like a year and 2 months ago, or a year and 3 months ago, January 2025, I never thought in a million years that I would have, and you know it's funny because you brought up 100 viewers. I've had 100 viewers at a given time watching my streams. Had hundreds of likes, and I had over hundreds of viewers at a time watching the stream. I never thought that people would even watch my stream. I never thought anybody would even give a fuck about like looking at my stream. But here we are, right? In 2026, you know, it didn't, this channel was to just show what was possible and that I know what's inevitable. This was just practice for me. All this was just practice. All this was just practice. Because time's ticking. When the world knows who Orion Stellar is, they will not forget that name. That name will be just as powerful as Jesus Christ. Orion Stellar. The new Jesus of this reality. And yeah. That's all. How audacious of you to say that you're going to be on the same level as Jesus. Hell yeah. We're all on the same level as Jesus and the Buddha and Yogananda. What made them more special? They just, and yeah, keep practicing every day. Exactly. Practice makes progress, right? Always practicing. Exactly, we all are. All of us are. And that's what I want to give people, the reminder that, like, you know, the Jesuses, the Buddha, you know, Confucius, Lao Tzu, Yogananda, Krishna, Thoth, Jehuti, Hermes, Enoch, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad. Like, they are not above us at all. They are us and we are them. And each one of them kept saying that the answer is within you. Like, you know, I'm gonna butcher the Quran verse, but I'm gonna do it. Allah will not change the condition of man until he changes the condition within himself. Right? Allah will not. So like a lot of people right now, like when I see people who are like Allah will not change the condition of man, will not change the condition of man until he changes the condition of himself. Even though that's actually for not man, but for human. So I'll rechange the verse. Allah will not change the condition of humans until they change the condition for themselves. And we all have that power. But the mind will do its job, and it's not the enemy. And yesterday I was talking with Steve because, you know, I was cutting my hair, and I told him, like, yo, dude, you know, everybody keeps thinking that the ego is the enemy. The ego is the enemy. There is no fucking enemy. It's the third dimensional thinking mind just doing its thing, and the ego is actually your five senses that you came to navigate the world. And it's called exploring God's oneness. Because there's always another perspective to life. There's always another like perspective to have. It's not just one way, there's all ways. I like walking through this little shorter part of the street. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I fully receive. Thank you for that. Imagine it's 50K. Oh, I would have jumped for joy. I'm still jumping for joy because like even 50 EGP is still, it's energy, right? Because 50,000 and 50 is the same. Our eyes, right? We perceive it as like, oh, that's not 50,000, but you can still jump for joy even if it was like one EGP. I get excited when I even just see like something like that pop up on my screen. I'm like, oh, how awesome is that? Abundance. Right? When you change and this is perfect. When Allah will not change the condition of man until he changes it within himself. And so, you know, I've started to place the character exactly where I want it to be. And where I want to be is already where it is, and things just unfold. The trick, though, and the foolery of the mind is like, but it's not here yet. Right? Because the mind's going to say, oh, but it's not here yet. I can't see it. But it's right here, right now. You have to just accept that it's right here, right now. But the mind's going to say, no, it's not. It's not here. Right? Like, because the mind is taking an electrical signal from your eyes, but your eyes are not seeing what it's supposed to see. Right? Because when you shift your vibration, you shift your frequency, you will start to see things differently. A great example was when I was watching the movie Speed on Sunday. On the bus, it said good vibrations. That movie is like 1994. I think it's 1994. I've seen that movie over 100 times, and I have never seen that sign ever. And it was a lesson to tell me you have the power in every present moment to shift your frequency. And your eyes don't really tell you what you're like, it doesn't tell you shit. It's just, you know, the thing is your eyes is taking an electrical signal from your mind. So it's really what your mind is actually seeing. You can see chaos, you can see calmness, you can see beauty, or you can see destruction. The choice is yours at the end of the day. You have that power in every present moment to change your life. Every one of us has that power. It wasn't just gifted to some. It was gifted to every one of us. The problem is many of us forgot. But it's okay, because, and here's something that our brother said, just because your life has been difficult doesn't mean it has to be difficult now. You can simply shift it now. Just because your life has been hard and difficult and struggle, that doesn't mean that it has to continue to be hard, difficult, and struggle. It can change. It could be easy. It could be fun. It can be enjoying, like enjoyment. It can be bliss, right? But we have to make that choice consciously. But then, you know, what's going to happen is there's a little bit of we have something called delay on our planet, but you know, here's another perspective. There is no delay because it's all here right now. So you see, like the mind, it's in a paradoxical state where it's like, well, I don't know what to do. I can't see it. I don't know what to believe in. Like, it's not true. I don't have that girl. I don't have that money. I don't have the business. I don't have this. I don't have that. Right? I don't have the qualifications. Why would they choose me? But the thing is, you have to place yourself, your character, exactly where you want to be on the chessboard. That's a bar, by the way. Of course, you're going to have to take the action and walk in alignment with that frequency. But like I declared that I also like have a lot of I don't want to use subscribers or followers as the word, but I have a lot of connections. And I'm surrounded by high-level CEOs, entrepreneurs who are making massive impact, who are millionaires, billionaires, you know, venture capitalists. And I'm helping them to make more money in their business by allowing them to tap into their true version of themselves. And not just them, but everybody. It's not just for them, it's for everyone. Sure, I'll repeat it. You can basically place yourself on the board wherever you want. You place your character wherever you want on the board. You know why? You don't need to follow any rules. You are the rule. You can place yourself wherever the hell you want to be placed on the board. Why do you need to follow some sort of rule? You just plop yourself and you say checkmate. Done. Right? We know how chess works, right? But who's to say you have to follow that formula to play? You checkmate instantly. What's up, dude? Physics test. Sounds good, dude. You know, focus on your test. But thank you for jumping on and saying hello. I appreciate it. Yup. See ya, dude. Thank you, and you as well. And enjoy your test. You'll pass it with flying colors. It'll be easy. It'll be easy and it'll be fun. Enjoy it. But yeah, back to that bar with the chess board. You can put your chess piece wherever the hell you want. You know what? I have another bar actually. This is actually with my ex-wife. When I brought her to my old law firm back in 2020, or not 2020, 2015, when she came, like I brought her on a Saturday, like evening. We were downtown. She wanted to see downtown, and then I'm like, she wanted to get some hot chocolate or some sort of coffee. I'm like, well, this is perfect because we don't need to go to a cafe. We can come to my office and we can get all that right here. So I brought her to the law firm. She was like, yep, see, this was meant for you. Luxuriousness, boutique law firm, wearing a suit, right? And there's a pool table. So I had her make her cappuccino or whatever, and we were playing pool. You know what she did? After I broke the balls, she started like using her stick and just putting the balls in the hole. And she's like, I play by my rules. And I remember her saying that. So fascinating how that memory just got reactivated in my mind. She's like, I play by my rules. I don't play by rules. I play by my rules. And my rules, I can do whatever I want. I was like, okay. Okay. So, because of that, I just thought about the chessboard piece. Like the chessboard, I'm like, if I'm going to play chess, I'm going to just fucking be checkmate. What? You can't do that? Sure I can. But that's not the rules. I don't play by no fucking rules. I make my own rules. I am the rule. Checkmate. It is done. You have the power in every present moment to move your pieces on the chessboard at any time. The issue that's going to come is the mind. Once again, it always will circle back to the mind saying, that's not possible. No, I should follow the rules. Oh, this person said it like this. I have to follow what they say. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have to use your mind to go above and beyond your mind. And there's a layer beyond the mind that exists. I got there. Trina got there. Others who have watched this channel have gone there. You got there, Soul Fam. You're there. Olga's there. But we're itself. And itself is beyond the mind. That's a bar. Itself is a layer that actually isn't a layer. There's so many of us who got there. We're there. That's it. And because we got there, congratulations, you made it. Wow, wild water rafting right here. It rained a lot yesterday. So fascinating. It was what, yesterday? No, the day before, we were at the water, and it was like, see, like I can't even go down there. That's how high the water is right now. Look at all that. It's crazy. Like my platform is completely gone right now. But you know the funny thing is, we know that my rocks are underneath the water. So one can say that everything that you want is right here, right now, but you can't see it. Yeah, I love that. The river of relief. We know damn well that my rocks that I stand on is underneath there. We know it. But the thing is, like, this is a good example of the mind when we're like, I don't know where my millions and billions and all the people and my connections, my subscribers and my followers are, but they exist right here, right now. That's the mind, basically. The river right now is the mind covering the truth. Because we know that there is a platform underneath that water that's rushing right now, right? And look at the water. It's brown, right? It's like this like muddy brown. But when it's calm, it's not brown. It's not blue, but it's crystal clear. You can see through it. So that's another analogy, another metaphor to say when your mind is cloudy, how can you see or hear the Creator itself? Because the mind can't see through this. It's chaos. It's not possible. And what we have to do is quiet the mind by stilling yourself, by slowing down, by relaxing, by being in relief, as you said. It starts with relief. This is a good metaphor. I'm glad that this happened today. Because we know that there's a rock where I stand and I do my squat. In fact, we even know there's a platform right there by those rocks, but we can't see it right now. But it's there. We know it's there. We also know that there's probably some fishes in that water that's getting swept away right now. See, the water always gives a lesson to some degree. Look, here's another lesson right now. The water is expressing itself as a wave temporarily and then getting back to the water. That's basically God expressing itself in a wave form so that you can see it, and then it goes back into the infinite. Look at that, another lesson right there. That's 3 lessons right there. Thank you, water, for your 3 lessons and more. Ain't it fascinating? It's so fascinating. Thank you, water. That was brilliant. There's a layer that goes way beyond what any mind is capable of even thinking, and we've attained it. Everybody has that ability, and that's why I will do whatever I can to help everybody to know that you can go beyond your mind. Itself wants everybody to get to that level. Itself desires that everybody stop suffering. Relates to gas and adds frozen. Was your text to speech? Am I reading that right? I'm sure I get what you're. I know what you're saying. I get it. Is that our sister? It sure is. It sure is her. Good morning. Enjoy your run. I'm just thinking of what other thing I can use with the trail right now, because there's a lot. Like, I can talk about these trees. We've seen these trees change through the season, but these trees, they just are. They accept things and they're just being, and they know that they will come back. The leaves will come back. Now, in certain countries, in certain states, in certain places where it's hot all year round, the leaves will always be on the tree. And those trees will perpetually always have an abundance of leaves. Other places like here, there's seasons, and the seasons allow for things to, unfold as it's supposed to. Yeah, the 3 things that you were talking about relate to the 3 forms of the water. It was the talk to text. Ah, you're good. You're good. You know, these trees, a majority of them have lost their leaves. But guess what? In 2 months, because now I can say that, because we're April 1st, June 1st, these trees will have their leaves again. 3 months from now, July 1st, these trees will have all their leaves. August 1st, these trees will definitely have all their leaves. September 1st, these trees will have their leaves. But October 1st, well, that's when shit starts to change again, now doesn't it? These trees will start to lose their leaves again. And we go through that, we go through the cycle. But to get back to what I was saying about, you know, placing your character on, like placing your character where you want your character to be. You can literally put your character where you want your character to be at any time. The choice is, can you keep it up? But the mind is going to do whatever it can to derail you. But the mind isn't the problem. There is no problem. The thing is, the mind is doing it by design because it's focusing on what it's just seeing. There's been plenty of times that in this character's experience, I've seen things that I've never seen before, and I've walked in the same spot many, many times. I'm like, wait a minute, I've never seen that before. That's new. I've never seen that thing before. And I've walked here so many times. I've never seen that before. Right? A great example would be Carla. So Carla, just so you know, I've known her since 2022. And Carla, she's part of she was part of Angel's group and Craig's group, the two mirrors that I had in 2022. And we've had really good conversation. But I had never seen her on my stream before. But here she was. She completely caught me off guard this morning. I was like, whoa, Carla. Whoa, interesting. Right? So that my point to say is, how many times have I streamed? Remember, y'all, practice that authenticity and that love. I stream so many times, and now she shows up, right? So that's just another physical evidence. But then someone's gonna say, but Orion, that's how YouTube works. It shows your channel to people. Yeah, but the thing is, Carla has been subscribed to my channel because she's used to watch some of my content, and I totally forgot about that. But all of a sudden, she saw that my stream popped up on her feed today. We've done over how many streams have we done? Over 400 streams now? We're literally over 400 streams. Like, we're close, let's see, 365 streams on November 25th. So, yeah, we're definitely over 400 streams. 400 streams plus, and you know, here we are, another interesting experience. Also, you know, a lot of things with the character's mind, like how when I started to get to a different level of thinking, that happened live on the live stream. That wasn't some like epiphany I had one evening, not on the live stream. That shit happened live on the live stream. I'm like, hey, we're remembering what we forgot. We're literally remembering what we forgot. And I said that, and that was caught live. That wasn't some in the afternoon or in the evening epiphany. Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, how about you?
Excellent. Enjoy your day. Thank you. It wasn't some like random thought that just showed up after the stream. It was in the morning time. I'm like, I'm remembering what I forgot. Huh, that's an interesting thing. And then guess what happened? Everybody and their mother is now saying, we're remembering what we forgot. Because I shifted my frequency, and now that my mind can see that, it sees others are saying the same thing now too. That's how powerful we are. We're bringing forth shit like that every day. So fascinating. But you know, when I say it's so fascinating, it really is, it just is at this point, because, you know, you can put your character wherever you want on the board. That's a real bar. You can place your character wherever the fuck you want and hit checkmate instantly. Checkmate. You're playing a multi-dimensional chess game. Checkmate. 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 The game just starts. Checkmate. What? Yeah, I've already won the game. Checkmate. But you have, no, checkmate. No, but checkmate. That's what the mind's gonna do. Checkmate. You don't need to move anywhere. You already are there. You place your character. You take the piece and you plop it down on that spot and call it checkmate. But then, once you plop that piece down on that board, that's where the action begins. You know, while I was getting my hair cut yesterday and I was talking about you're the creator, others were listening in. And I used to be terrified to speak and say, you know, you're God, you're the creator, you have the power in every present moment. What are you doing? Right? The ego isn't the enemy. Everybody's got this thing called ego. It's your five senses that you're navigating the world. And I was saying that. And I could see there's a brother who's getting his beard done. And he was like tuning in and listening. Of course, he had his own beliefs. But I made sure he heard it. Not only him, the other people who were walking in, they heard it too. Think I'm gonna stop? Fuck no. Even while I was in the mall, and I was chatting with our sister Misha, right? We were having a conversation, and I started to flex. I'm like, yeah, you're the creator of your reality. And there were so many people just like looking at me while I'm saying that. I'm like, you're the creator of your reality. You're God. You're God in human form. You have the power in every present moment to change your life, to shift it. You're not a victim. You're a victor. You're the creator. You have the power. But the mind is going to finesse you. Because if you have not trained your mind, and even if you have trained your mind, sometimes the mind will get caught up into its own little trap. It'll say, but I'm not here in San Diego yet. Let me see, you said, just like Johnny Appleseed flying around planting seeds everywhere. Yeah. See, the thing is, even if they don't understand it now, the seed has already been sown. Because eventually, that seed is going to take form and it's going to sprout. And they're going to remember. They're like, wait a minute. I remember, so an example would be like, I remember I was at the mall and this guy in a suit, he was holding a pink phone, or he was holding a phone, he was talking either to somebody, and he was saying that I'm the creator. Like, we're the creator. I didn't really understand what he was saying. I thought he was crazy, but now I understand what he was saying. You know, shit like that is happening every time I'm passing by somebody and I say something like that who hasn't heard it yet. I live in a totally different world now. Like when I was in the mall yesterday, like I was reintegrating back as being human, but you know, the funny thing is, like, the very fact that now I'm reintegrating back to being human again, it dawned on me like, wow, like, you know, all this is by my creation. You know, things randomly showed up. Like there was a guy yesterday, he was like walking with some sort of weird cane, and he was doing like a zigzag in the mall in front of other people. I'm like, no judgment, because I don't know his story and I don't know what's going on with him, but like it felt like he needed to run to like the window or something to like get his balance. But I could see other people looking around and kind of like giving him like the judgment look, right? Because we consider that out of character, right? Because we're not, you know, you're expected to have a certain etiquette about yourself when you're walking or you're in public. But in that moment when that happened, I was like, you know what? I'm glad that happened, because it gets to show me how many people are still locked to their third dimensional thinking mind and making a judgment based on like someone who might be acting out of you know, he's not acting on the script, right? There's a script that is being played, and many are following a script. Oh, I should act like this, right? There's a time and place to go off script, right? Am I gonna cause a scene in a mall for some attention? No, but I am gonna speak. If I feel called to say something, I will say it. But like, you know your time and place, right? That's why there's a saying, pick your battles. But at the same time, I don't pick my battles. I pick my spots exactly where I'm supposed to say what I'm supposed to say, because itself tells me, start speaking about this right now, and let them know that you are God, you're the creator, because this person needs to hear that for whatever reason. And I just follow the cue. And I'm like, okay. See, the water is calm here. Well, calmer. Well, some of it is, not all of it. Some of it, So like a part of the water over there, right? It's rushing, whereas the some by the ground here is more calmer. So you see, this is another good example right here. Let's stop here for a moment. So we know that there's more platform to walk there. There's more. I should be able to go further down into the water, into the path, right? But look, there's rushing water there, and then there's calmer water here. Why are these guys more calm and those guys in more of a chaos, right? It's the same water, isn't it not? This is basically a mindset right here. You can choose to be rushing like water like there, or you can choose to be calming water like here. Choice is yours. This is a bar, by the way. You have the power to be rushing, or you have the power to be calming. Choice will always be yours. What's the difference? Just a shift in degree. This is a bar. Like if those water particles were shifting by a degree, they will be calm waters like this. But and these guys, I'm basically saying these are all these are different, all these waters are different people, let's say. All these people here are more calm because they figured it out, and those are still rushing down the water because they haven't shifted the degree that they can change and go and come here. They literally are rushing down the stream thinking like life is happening to them, but all they got to do is like, wait a minute, why are those people able to be so calm? All they got to do is just decide. That's a bar. All they got to do is just decide. They just have to decide. And you move here. You place yourself on the board of calmness. Thank you, water, for the fourth lesson for today. It's so fascinating. Really. It is super fascinating. All we have to do is decide. It is really that simple. But then someone, like, we had our sister Kula on Facebook a couple months ago saying, well, Orion, if it was that simple, then why wouldn't everybody be doing it? Well, yes, everybody would be doing it. And the reason why everybody's not doing it is because the mind is distracted. It's distracted with the next healing technique, the next book, the next something. It's always the next. Why isn't it the last? Why isn't it the present? Why does it have to be the next? It doesn't have to be the next. Why does it have to be the next person you listen to on YouTube? The next podcast? Right? Like I still listen to stuff. But it's not because I need to. It's not because I have to. It's not because I'm missing something. And no one's missing anything. It's because I chose to and I decided to watch it, because why not? If I'm eating and I feel like watching something, I'm going to watch it because I feel like it. Not because I have to. Not because I'm chasing the next healing modality or the next craze in spirituality or the next manifestation like tactic. We are the manifestation, embodied in a physical form. We are physical manifestation. Like, our existence as proof of manifestation is working. Oh, but Orion, like, but other people are getting like cars and money and girls and guys and all this. Yeah, because they focused within themselves. They already knew that they already had it and they got it. But they're not focusing, they're good with or without it. They're not like, I really want this thing. And they were like putting importance on it. They simply just like, I know I already have it. It's already mine. They tapped into the frequency and the universe materialized it for them. And here's the thing, and our brother Nero, grateful for his video on Sunday, there is no such thing as a delay, and there is no waiting period. We're in calibration period. And even saying calibration is still sort of like a word of waiting. We're not even calibrating. We're just there. Place yourself on the damn chessboard. You already have it. Why are we adding another layer? We don't need to add a layer. But it's for those people in their mind who are currently thinking you have to wait. Like this character thinking he has to wait. No, fuck that. You already have it. You're already an American citizen. Fully citizen. That's it. You're dual citizen. You have both a Canadian and American passport. It's done. It's finished. You live in San Diego. You already have your 4 penthouses. Yeah, I said 4, not 1. 4. I own the entire top floor. My vision got bigger. I own a multi-million-dollar penthouse or multi-million-dollar property in Dubai. And it's one of a kind. It's not like cookie cutter. It's bespoke. That word was introduced to me by Jessa, bespoke. It's a bespoke experience. You walk there, oh my God, you'd be like, holy shit, dude. Morning. Kind of like lift up the tripod to say, cheers for your running as my greeting. We have the power in every present moment to shift and know and have conviction. But the mind is like, it gets depleted because it's like, you know, when you say something but then you don't experience it in the physical, then you get deflated. But that's the perfect time to flex, because that's going to show you how powerful you really are. And you tell the universe to piss off, basically, in a good way. You basically say to the universe, you have no choice but to surrender this to me. I don't give a fuck what you are showing to me. I'm not going to accept that, because I accept myself as I am right here, right now, and this is what I have. So you have no choice but to surrender it, and you can fuck off, basically. That type of energy is what the universe is waiting for you to tap into. Doesn't mean to go start doing that to people and acting like that. You just do it within your inner world. We have the power in every present moment to change our life. But we're not changing our reality. We are shifting within, and we're changing ourselves. And you know, I don't even want to use the word changing. You're returning to who you originally were supposed to be in the first place. That's a real bar. You're not changing, you're fucking returning. Right? You ain't changing, you're returning. All this idea of changing your life and changing reality, you're not changing yourself, you're returning to who you're supposed to be. You are changing to who you're supposed to be. Or you're returning to who you're supposed to be. Kept saying changing. You're returning to who you're supposed to be. And who you're supposed to be is itself the infinite. You get to decide what that looks like for you, though. If you're happy with who you are right now and what you're doing, keep at it. Itself gave you the free will to be whatever it is that you desire to be. But know this, if there's some sort of fear or limitation that you're feeling, itself does not want you to feel that, but it gave you free will to experience that, so that you can eventually come to the remembrance and realize and return to whence you came. The version of you that had no fear. The version of you that had no flaws. The version of you that had no problems. The version of you that is only epic and powerful and infinite. The version of you that can do anything. The version of you that is everything. The version of you that can have everything. The version of you that can feel everything. That's what itself wants everybody to remember and return to. Its true version of infinity. But we've been gaslit, all of us, into believing that this is only for certain people, that only some can have this and others are not. Well, let me break it down to you like this. This character, once upon a time, considered himself the most fundamentally flawed human in human history ever made. Not from a physical aspect, but from a mental, psychological, and emotional aspect. And because I thought about that, you thought that I was ever going to talk and help people? Nope. Didn't think I was ever going to help anybody. Didn't think I was smart enough. Didn't think I was intelligent enough or brilliant enough. I didn't think anything of that. I thought of myself as incompetent, a loser, inferior, a good-for-nothing piece of shit. That's how I used to think of myself, as a good-for-nothing piece of shit. Because other people, because of how I felt about myself, were just mirroring that back to me, that I'm just a good-for-nothing piece of shit. Or another way of saying that, a good-for-nothing piece of trash.
And there are other people right now on this planet who are feeling that. And I will make it my life's damn mission to make sure that they do not feel that any longer, because no one is that. Everyone is God. They are the creator. They have the power in every present moment to change their life. I know there's going to be many people who are going to be in relief when they hear these words. And I'm going to say that you are just speaking to yourself, because this is just you speaking to yourself. This is itself speaking to itself. You're just an expression of itself with that form that it took, just like itself took this form to express itself. And this version of itself is simply wanting to make other versions of itself remember and return to whence you came. The true you, the you that quite simply has no limitations, who is perfect, whole, and complete. Who is the infinite, the all that is. That's how powerful we are. I'm just thinking what else itself is wanting to say. Itself just wants everybody to remember. That's it. That's all it wants, is for everybody to remember. But some don't want to remember. Some are afraid to remember. Because in remembering, they're going to be like losing a part of themselves. But I promise you, you're not actually going to lose anything of yourself. In fact, you're going to return to more of yourself. That's a real bar. Itself wants everyone to have anything they desire, because they came to the earth to physically experience this. We didn't come to earth, listen to this for a moment. We didn't come to earth to have a mediocre life. We didn't come to earth to... So some think it's just about materialism. Some think it's just about lessons. Some think it's about, mastering the illusion. It's any of it and it's none of it all in the same breath. It's a paradox. It's whatever you want to do. You can do it. You can have it. And let me not even use the word you can. It's already yours. But here's where the problem happens, even though it's not a problem, because the mind makes it a problem. It labels it as a problem. The mind's gonna be like, but I don't have it, Orion. I don't have it. You keep saying that we can have it right now, but Orion, we don't have it. Right? It's going to keep saying we don't have it, but you do have it. You have it right now. It is right here, right now. It's right here, right now. You have it. You always have it. But Orion, I don't physically see it. I can't see it with my eyes. I can't see it with my eyes, Orion. I can't touch it. I can't experience it. Yes, you can. But Orion, it's not possible. I don't have it. This is what the mind's going to do. It's going to talk and it's going to say, I don't have it. I can't feel it. I can't experience it. It's not possible. And it's going to fool you into believing that. But you do have it. It's within. The world has shown to us that it's all external. I felt a feeling yesterday that I can't explain with words. But it's a feeling like nothing is impossible. Like, when I saw a mom and her son shopping, like that feeling popped up. I'm like, you can have anything. There are no locks and bolts to your reality. There are no locks or bolts to anything. You can experience it all because you're supposed to have it all. But Orion, I don't have it. You keep saying that, and then of course I'll be saying, or you all do have it. Look within, feel it. Use your senses. And I'll explain this, and I've said this countless times. How many times when you desired something, isn't it based on how you feel? I feel hungry, so you go and grab something to eat. You take the action, right? You don't just, you feel the hunger, but you don't just think about it, you then take the action, you go and do it. You go and grab food, right? Or something to drink. Or maybe you want to read a book. It brings, you want a cozy feeling. So then you take the action, right? Every time you're thinking about something, you're creating a word within yourself, and then you go and take the action based on the word, or words, plural. And everything you do is based on how you feel. So if you want to feel something that you think you don't have, and feel it. But then the other question that the mind's gonna be like, well, how do I feel the feeling that I've never felt before? Like, how do I feel to be like a millionaire? How do I prove to myself that I'm a millionaire? I've never even had even $10,000 in my account. How can I even say I'm a millionaire? It feels like a lie. It feels like a big old lie you're telling yourself. But that's not true at all. Because listen to this. Other versions of itself have experienced it, and you are just like everyone else. You have the same power, and they've experienced it. Your localized expression hasn't experienced it yet, but you are the same itself as the other itselves. So if the other selves are able to bring forth things and experience it and feel it, and that itself is it's the same itself as your itself, and that feeling can be transferred from that itself to your itself, all you have to do is feel it. And just decide. If that itself can have it, then this version of itself can have it too. In fact, they say comparison is the thief of all joy. No, comparison is actually the giver of all joy. Because comparison can help you to realize that you're supposed to have it too. Or something similar. Because here's the thing, if somebody didn't have it, or they didn't show you a way, then how will you know it's possible for you? Right? Because sometimes some have to show what's possible so that you can see that's possible too. Now, of course, then someone's going to say, but what about jealousy? Being jealous and envious, right? I can twist jealousy in a good way. But you use the energetic opposite of jealousy. Like, instead of like being angry at the person, like I'm jealous of that person, you take the jealousy and you transform it into, I get to have that too. Because you're striving for more, because you're meant to have more, right? You wouldn't feel that feeling of wanting more if it wasn't meant for you. If you saw somebody with like a mansion, right? And you were jealous of them, of having that mansion. Guess what? That jealousy is fueling you to remember that you're supposed to have that mansion too. You're supposed to have something similar or even better, or bigger, or more. That is how itself wants everybody to remember. Comparison is not the thief of all joy. Comparison is actually the bringer, the giver of all joy. That's a real bar. Because it helps you to see what's possible for you as well. Because that itself and your itself is the same itself. But then this is what's going to happen. You're going to be like, well, okay, Orion, you say comparison is the bringer and the giver of all joy. Then how come that guy is 6 foot tall and I'm only like 5'7"? Or how come he's got better hair and he doesn't have grays and I have grays or silvers and he has I don't have great hair like him? That doesn't feel like great comparison, right? The mind's going to do that. It's going to be like, the mind's going to always tend to operate on the negative because it's been conditioned. But you can decide to change that conditioning. So now I can show you the opposite. Instead of comparing with the guy with the hair, with the fancy hair, you get to compare like, yo, that guy has cool hair. I can have hair like that too at some point. Or maybe you'll be like, because there's hair implants, right? You can dye your hair, but I can't have straight hair like that person. I want straight hair like that person, right? What about appreciating your hair? Because what if somebody wants your hair, right? Because somebody's going to be comparing themselves to you, because you have good hair too. You were born exactly as you're supposed to be too. But it's okay if you want like Asian, like, Japanese kind of hairstyles, you can put on a wig. You can do whatever you want. They're just showing you what's possible for you. Everything is possible, but the problem is the mind's going to make it seem like it's not possible. And you have to train the mind into knowing that it is possible. But when you have, I'm coming back to the street. When you have characters in your experience who are all about limitation because they forgot who they are, and they continue to complain and be angry, right? And you're in an environment where it's the same like that over and over and over. Of course, your mind gets conditioned and gets cynical. And then doesn't believe that's possible. Because they've influenced you into believing and gaslighting you into believing because they themselves forgot. And it's not their fault. It's nobody's fault. And you have to start thinking and operating differently from the people around you. Even if you can't move or leave it right this moment, you can still shift and change. The thing is, this is what's going to happen. This is for every localized expression of itself on the planet right now, all 8 billion. For those who have not remembered right now, I'm basically laying it right out there. For those who have not remembered, the moment you are on your deathbed, that is when you're going to have regret. And you are going to remember that you were everything and you had everything in that moment. And then now you can't live anymore. And then you're going to be like, fuck. You mean I could have had that? Yeah. It was for you. It was always for you. I wanted you to know that. I wanted you to experience all that. But you let this thing and this person say this thing and all this other crap. I'm gonna just quickly, actually I have to take the phone in because it's like 5%. I don't know why this is closing up now. All winter was open. Cool beans. See, look, my penthouse. Cool beans. 4%. I'm gonna wear my other headband. I like my other headband. I like this one, but this one is smaller. I want to get another one. Or maybe I could leave this one on. Wi-Fi. I'm just gonna quickly go back outside and take the recycling to the front. Actually, no. I need to. I'm gonna go quickly. Perfect. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So you have the power in every present moment. When others are going to come in and derail you and tell you that you can't do this and it's not possible for you. Shit, I just dirtied up my rug. Fuck. That sucks. I'm gonna have to clean my rug. I have to get the brush. Just dragged a bunch of mud in. It's all good. Ah, that's too close. Yep. That's fine. All right. I'll continue talking. So when you're with other characters who are just full of limitations, and you're in an environment, how do you know that you are infinite? Right? How do you start to change and know that you're infinite? I need to go back outside again. I forgot to throw this out. Right? How do you know that you can be infinite? When you've been surrounded your entire life with people who are just playing small because they themselves don't believe that they can do it. Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now, you have to decide. This needs to go into the garbage. Otherwise, it's just going to stay here. Exactly when you're ready to be aware, not a moment sooner. Because it wants you to go through a journey to figuring it out. It wants to have a game to experience. So one's going to argue, why does it want to do that? Why does it want us to suffer? It doesn't want you to suffer. It's your perception towards your experience. It wants you to remember. It wants you to remember. But of course, other characters are going to fight and argue with you, telling you, that's not how it works. That's not how reality works. That's not how this works. Because they themselves have forgotten. And because they forgot who they are, then they start to impose their limitations onto you. And then you, over time, forget who you are. Looks like I have a bunch of apples to eat today. I'll be eating those apples. Cool. I'm gonna make some eggs. How many eggs are left in the fridge? There are I'm gonna have to screw it. It's whatever. I'll just take the 3. If there's only 2 more eggs, and if Dad uses the 2 today, or whoever uses the 2 today, I won't be able to eat eggs tomorrow. Boo hoo hoo. It's okay. Don't cry over spilled milk. I'll eat waffles or something tomorrow with hash browns. Yep. Okay, yesterday we did not butter up the pan. So we're gonna do that today. And I'm gonna actually do something differently with the eggs. I'm gonna put some olive oil in with the mixture of the eggs. I'm gonna mix the oil within the eggs itself. I wanna see what that's gonna produce. Change it up a bit, you know? Man, it was so good yesterday walking outside in the mall, shopping, feeling like I'm part of society again, feeling like it's possible. Everything's possible again. I'm gonna quickly have some almonds. Extra virgin olive oil. So let's see, what else was I saying? So, in order for someone to remember, there's 2 ways it's going to happen. Either someone else is going to mirror it back to you because you're ready, or The universe will find a way to make you remember through a synchronistic moment, a sign, a symbol, another mirror, another version of itself. See, the universe was, well, itself knew that this character, this version was ready to remember and speak at this level. So that's why it dropped all this information to relay the paradox, the cosmic paradox that reality is. And because reality is a cosmic paradox, all right, let's see how we're doing this. I put some oil into the eggs and into the pan. Yeah, so because this character was ready to know and remember, it gave it to me. Because I also asked for it, and I also declared it as it's finished, that I know everything that I'm supposed to know. This localized expression of itself and others are at the upper echelons of the consciousness. That doesn't mean that we are better. We are just at a point where we remember and we have let go of all of the teachings and the mirroring and the lessons and the learning, and we truly tapped into our remembrance. Because that's what we're here to do. Remember to return. And in the process of remembering, you realize, and then you get back to the process of returning. Okay. So extra virgin olive oil. Apparently that's supposed to be very healthy. Well, it doesn't really matter. Awesome. Cool. Slide, slide, slide. Perfect.
What else do I want to say? Yeah, itself just wants everybody to have the best life. But unfortunately, you have to be the one that wants that for yourself. I feel like I'm about to reach another layer of language that no one really talks about. Like I can feel this underlying like layer that's just like lingering. That language can't really encapsulate. Yesterday my eggs weren't as enjoyable as they were the day before because I forgot to put butter in the pan. Soul fam, if you're still there, just doing my thing. Shit. Perfection. Damn. Gotta go back outside again in a bit. Very good. I wonder. I wonder what's next. See, the mind is always looking for what's next. That was the mind speaking there for a moment. Man, everything is finishing right on time. Nope. Yes. Kind of wish there was more of that cheese spread thing that we had, but that doesn't get made often like it used to. Perfection. Because that's who we are. We're perfection. We're perfection embodied in a form. But of course, this is what's going to happen next. The mind of other characters are going to say, "That's not possible. You can't be perfect." The mind's not perfect, no, but the soul is. And the soul is attempting to tell the mind to stop. Enough. Checkmate. You're already at checkmate. You don't have to play the game anymore. The game is already done. Now you get to just explore the game that you've already created. I mean, well, you can play it. I mean to say you can still play it, just not in the way that you think you have to. Because you get to decide now, in every present moment, what your game will be. But Orion, this person said this thing and that person saying that thing. Yes, but you have the power in every present moment to change your life too, and not entertain what they're saying. That's how powerful you are. You are so powerful that you made yourself so powerless. That's a real bar. Majority of humans on a daily don't realize how powerful they are. They make themselves so powerless based on their preconceived notions of how they think reality is supposed to be. No, reality is the way you decide it to be, not by some whimsical act of faith. It's by your design. Cool. This is my month. This is my month. My month. There's a pamphlet. There's a pamphlet down, like upstairs, that says the memory of Jesus is death. I should download Passion of the Christ and watch it. The Mel Gibson version. A tablet that
There's me and my wife. Oh, that apple was like, no, I don't want to be here. All right, I'm gonna move my mic away from my mouth. I'm gonna enjoy my meal. Adding the extra virgin olive oil, that was actually pretty good. It's not bad. It's not bad. One shift in ingredient changes everything. That's pretty good. I like it. This is good. Okay. That was
That was actually really good. We adding the extra virgin olive oil, heaven. This is so good. That was good. That was wonderful. Okay, I gotta tackle
Let's let's tackle all right. A GC key, huh? Continue. Oops. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. 1 sec. I'm just tackling my passport.
Oops. Mm. Continue. Continue. Copy. Continue. Okay, I need to use my phone for a moment. Cool. Continue. Accept. How many things do I have to keep setting up? What the fuck is going on here? Jesus Christ. Shit, man. Screenshot. Bro, what is up with this? So much shit just to make some stuff. God damn. Start application, passport, apply.
Continue. I agree. Continue. $10, obviously. Who would even choose 5 years? That's so stupid. Who in their right mind would ever choose a 5-year passport renewal? That's the dumbest thing. Nobody wants to keep going back and renewing their passport, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's... My passport is always in my bag. My old well, soon to be my old passport. All right, so what? Oh shit, it expires on the 7th. Okay, well that's good that we did that now. HD 691827. If your first name, if you I need to also go on my email. Downloads. Enter issue issue and expiry date. Enter your current issue date. So this on
Nope. Nope. Wait, what? Enter the name. Uh, use only. Enter the address. They are. Bro, what the fuck? That's what all this shit is. Gotta.
Wait, what?
The fuck happened there? I lost all my likes? The fuck happened? The hell? Okay. Sure. Whatever.
Yeah.
I just had 7 likes and it just disappeared to 0. That's redonkulous. I started using it in November. Hold on, I'm going to reset. What? That's so stupid. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Oops. Do you want to know all this shit too?
come on. That's kind of ridiculous. Whoever's here, I'm just finishing up my passport. They're just asking for a bunch of extra things that I was like, what the fuck, man? It's probably gonna ask me for my income and all this other crap. It better not be asking me for all that stuff, because I'm just gonna be like, wait, only letters. Only letters from English. And what the fuck? I did put space. Entering. Ensure your response doesn't begin or end with a specific character. Let me just do. Oh. There we go. Address. Oh my God, what is with all these questions? Next. Provide your reference. Colleague. My God, are you for real right now? NASA Orion spacecraft is departing for the moon today. Hey, NASA Orion. You see, they're using my name. By the way, do you see how I have 0 likes? I had 7 likes earlier, bro, and it just disappeared. Fucking YouTube, honestly. It doesn't like this channel at all. You see, they're using my name. Thank you, by the way, for this. This is exciting. Orion. Orion. I actually, I'm finishing up my passport application, but I have the tab open with NASA right now. See, when the official places uses Orion. Yep. Thank you for that. I wouldn't have known, bro, if you didn't say anything. I'd had no idea. But it was meant for me to know, because it is Orion. Oh my God.
Are you for real right now? Uh, I gotta ask for people's addresses and everything. Fuck, man. It's so weird how it's asking for all these things. Copy. I think that's Tiff. Man, just typing. Thank God I have the computer here. Oh, I don't need... How many references do I need? I need 2 references. Ooh, how long have I known Tiff for? How long have I known Tiff for?
Perfect, 11 years. I've known Tiff for 11 years. All right, Tiff, your number. I appreciate you telling me about Orion, bro. It makes me happy when I hear my name. I kind of wish this thing there. One. Man, it's asking for so many things. It is wild. And oh man, fuck. So much stuff. Ugh. Just getting it done. Crazy. It's wild. Ugh. You know what's funny too? When I was putting in my photo, it said that your face is not visible. I'm like, what are you talking about? My face is like right there. It's like slap dab in the middle. I know who I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add right. Fair. Oh my God, please tell me that I don't have to go through that shit again. What the fuck? Wait, I have to go through this again? Oh my God, for real? 1997, so that's almost 30 fucking years. 29 years, because we're not quite there yet. I don't know what the fuck just happened there, but I have to redo the reference piece again. Show contact card. This is funny that I did not put his name or his number in the last time. Like, what the hell? Whew. All right. Save. I'm going to put I'm going to change it up a bit. Friend. I've known her for about 10, 11 years as well. You know what? Screw it. I'm getting through it though. I'm getting there. Just little by little. Just gotta take it one step at a time. But I need to do, I gotta get it done because I just realized my expiration wasn't the 16th, it was the 7th of April. So it's a good thing that I know. You know what's interesting? I wonder if YouTube is doing a foolery on the live stream because it took away all 7 likes. Which is fascinating. Save. Next. Would you like to provide us an emergency contact? Who would I give as my emergency contact? Breathing. Thank you for the like. Let's see if it's gonna disappear though. It's so weird. I mean, it's whatever at this point, but it's just silly. It's just silly. He does not have an alternate number. Oops. You know, it's funny, I'm the one that set up everybody's email back in the day. My mom, my dad, my brother, and my sister. I put my brother down as a emergency contact. Why do they still have Etobicoke? Like Etobicoke doesn't exist. It's Toronto now. What's next? Yep. Yes, I consent. This is your... Unfortunately, I have to use my original name. Fucking hate that. Got it. I hate that. I put Orion down, but like... Oh, right. Oh, you can actually pay with Amex. Looks like the Canadian government actually fucking finally figured shit out, that people actually want to use their Amex card. I haven't quite memorized the new card yet. Is it that one? I think it's that one. This is so interesting that the Canadian government at least allows the use of American Express cards on their actual site. Until you receive your new password, don't travel outside of Canada using your current password. Once you receive your acknowledgement of receipt letter, you must physically cut the corners of your current passport. Sure. Let's take a screenshot of that. Oh, that was a pain in the butt. Cut your current passport. You must cut your current passport regardless of it if it's expired in 6 months or less, has already expired. I'll just take a screenshot of that. Next. What happens next? While we while we process your application, receive our final decision on your application. You'll be notified once a decision is made on your application. Mailing time frame. If your application is approved, we will send your new passport to you within 20 business days from the date of submission. If you don't receive it within this time frame, please allow additional time for delivery as it may still be in transit. Contact us. I'll just take a screenshot of that because, you know, these are those pages that you can't get back to. Perfect. Perfect. We're finished. God damn, that was
painful, actually. Not that we're going to be showing, but like passport, old one. I'll throw that out soon enough. I just keep it with me. Oh man, that was crazy. That took longer than expected, but better than me having to go in person and do all that shit. But if I have to go in person to do all that shit, then at least I have my physicals. Because the one error that popped up saying your digital photo does not show your face. I'm like, are you kidding me? My face is right there. Can you not see it? The computer system gave an error. So I'll put these on in a bit. Cool. A little colder today. So that is done. It's finito. Close WhatsApp. Orion spacecraft. So Orion spacecraft is carrying humanity to the moon, launching atop NASA's SSL Space Launch System rocket. Orion will carry and sustain the crew on Artemis mission to the moon and return them safely to Earth. Nice. Get them to safety, Orion. Get them to safety. Man, that was wild. All right, I'm gonna go grab my second meal. Took care of this. That's a shit off my plate. Good. Well, that was fun. That was fun. I'll be back in a moment downstairs. Awesome. Well, I feel good.
because I got that done. Like that was like a little bit of a like, gotta take care of it. But I'm glad that it's taken care of and off my plate. I don't have to think about it. Now, just gotta wait till they see my application. I love it. Orion. See, the website went blank again. View message. View message. Message. And view message. Perfect. It looks good to have my black beard back. Even though we know it's not we know it's temp. But at least it's good. Cool. Don't know if anyone's here, but yep. I'm gonna have that Orion spacecraft thing playing in the background. Wonder what time they're leaving. I wonder if there's a launch for it. Ooh. Artemis 2 mission featuring the Orion spacecraft is scheduled to launch today, Wednesday, April 1st, 2026 at 6:24 p.m. That's badass. This guy has how many fucking viewers? That's crazy. He's basically doing what I... 104K, well, it makes sense. He's got 104,000 subscribers.
What is up, YouTube? It's Spooky Loops. Gets sent to exile, then the match is...
Oh, the new killer, huh?
Perfect. My corner?
By the way, the new killer's coming out at some point. It's interesting. There's like a live feed for it. They'd be using my name.
Artemis II is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis II is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration. My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis II mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, shortly after that, they'll perform what's called an apogee raise burn. And that's basically to put them into a high Earth orbit, which is critically important for this flight because it gives the crew 24
We get to see
hours
what
to orbit and check out some of the key systems, but also still be close enough that we could return them to Earth if something were to happen. One of their first priorities is conducting a rendezvous and cross-ops demonstration. This is basically just a chance to check out the Orion handling qualities and what it would be like to dock to another spacecraft. They'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems. They'll be looking at things like
She keeps saying my name.
how the CO2 scrubbing system is performing, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer. Kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flywheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flywheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. For the most part, they can sleep wherever they want within the Orion vehicle. They'll attempt things that may seem pretty easy to do here on Earth, but that are much harder to do in microgravity. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush.
I'm Melissa McKinley. I'm the project manager for the UWMS, the Universal Waste Management System. Go into the bathroom without the aid of gravity, without water to collect the waste. It's harder than you would think. So we use airflow to help entrain the waste into packaging to collect it and help the crew member deposit the waste away from their bodies. But it is really important that we make it easy as we can for crew and make it comfortable for them because it is a vital part of exploration.
Yep. Having to do all kinds of new stuff.
Manager for the Orion Communication and Tracking System here at Johnson Space. While we're in the high Earth orbit, there's a couple of things we really want to check out before we commit to going all the way to the moon. First one is just success in communicating with the Deep Space Network. This is a ground network that provides a lot of capability for us to be able to talk back and forth as we go further and further away from the Earth. Step 2 is checking out our emergency comm system. The idea is that if the primary system communication system fails, this emergency communication system will be able to allow us to continue talking with the crew and navigate successfully without the primary system.
That's cool.
Once the crew has completed that high Earth orbit and checked out all of the systems, then we'll commit to what's called the translunar injection. And this is basically the burn that commits us to the moon. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit, pressure check it, and be sure that they're able to execute that, just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding. After completing this journey of over 685,000 miles around the moon, the crew will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego.
Hey, off the coast of San Diego.
We'll recover the vessel and, most importantly, recover the crew. This mission has been
Hey,
effort by a large
San Diego and Orion. How awesome is that?
all of our efforts and all of the engineering and medical discipline that was poured into this mission really resulted in being able to see those crew members, our friends, return safely to the Earth and back to their families.
So they're landing back in San Diego off the coast of San Diego. Fuck yeah. Let's go. That brings so much more excitement. I love it. Nice. Well, that's cool. Cool. Well, thank you to T-Bray for letting me know that about Orion. And now that I know about Orion, see, one way or another, I was going to find out. Right? Someone would have told me about this. Be like, hey, Orion, did you know a spaceship named Orion was leaving for the moon? Oh. They haven't left quite yet. Cool. And when they're coming back, they'll be landing in San Diego, California. Well, off the shore. It's interesting that they're not landing in Florida. They're landing in space pods. Wow. That's pretty cool. What the fuck?
You incarnated here to be a part of this huge ascension. Welcome to one of the biggest times in humanity. And this is exactly why things have to get very dark in order to be reorganized. Like, your soul saw all the fucked up shit going on here and decided that it would come here to be part of the great work. That's why you are elevating into higher levels of Christ consciousness. And that's also why this is the year that your visibility is going to quantum leap. You are done being hidden. You are moving into high demand. And this is not just about you manifesting your desires. You are a vessel for the new earth. And the more certainty and the more faith you embody, the faster the shift will happen. And I'm not saying to spiritually bypass all the fucked up stuff happening. Of course not. You are wide awake and aware and have been for fucking years. That's why you're the black sheep and the conspiracy theorist. Except that doesn't really exist anymore because there's so much evidence coming out now. But the more you embody your future self, the more you share your gifts, and the more blind faith you can hold in the darkness is going to help the planet. And if you want more support quantum leaping your mission, comment the word masterclass below and I'll teach you how for free.
She always does it. That's another version of me speaking like that. It's funny.
What are they showing when the Saiyans go Super Saiyan and power up? Well, how do they do that? Through training, through focus.
I'm not sure if you need to hear this.
What is Dragon Ball Z? What are they talking about?
No, I didn't start dancing until I was 25, and I'm really such an advocate for the fact that it is never too
Wait,
late.
What is Dragon Ball Z?
Is my feed back to normal?
This video will find you before God makes you rich as fuck. The divine delay is over, and the floodgates are opening up. I'm not just talking about rich in your bank account. I'm talking about rich in love, rich in Olympic level support in your business.
What is Dragon Ball Z? What are they talking about?
You can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can throw Chicago, banging on the door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you can find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world doesn't know your name. Cause you burn with a brighter flame. And the world doesn't know your name. And you'll be in the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through life.
She's so
with a
tiny and
smile.
little.
You can be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records that will never broke. Do it for your people, do it for your pride. Never gonna know if you never even try. Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're in the Hall of Fame.
4 years old, by the way. Even though that's just an illusion. That tiny Bubba.
Why haven't I blown up on social media? You need to come out of the spiritual closet.
Margot's hilarious. Margot.
Three, two, one. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff. We rise together. Back to the moon and beyond.
For the first time in my lifetime, humans are leaving low Earth orbit and heading back to the moon. In just a few days, NASA will attempt to launch Artemis 2, the first crewed lunar mission since Apollo 17 in 1972. For those of you looking for a one-stop shop to get caught up before this historic mission,
that caused you to put it all in on this incredible idea. And it's this. Hang on a second. Guys, that was going to be such a moment. That's what happens when you don't rehearse. You're going to see us, in fact, continue to do that, if not accelerate. These models are also world-class. All systems.
That's funny. There's a spaceship. There's Orion ready to take off. What the fuck is this? What the actual fuck is this?
Hey Playmo, any tips to improve my laptop?
Got it. I'll take the wheel. Try widening your approach from the outside, then hugging the inside curve. Watch and learn.
Hey Playmo, can you handle this boss for me?
One slain boss coming up.
Hey Playmo.
Oh, it's an assistant to help you.
Go to sleep. Train your algorithm on that.
Got it. Approved purchase for 99,000 V-Bucks.
What? No, undo.
Got it. Changing your PSN ID to no life _ detected.
No what? No.
Got it. Playing back your voice chat history.
Yeah, crawl back into your mom's butt. Whoa. My lobby. Delete. These hands are rated E for everyone.
Yeah.
Delete that.
Deleting all
Yeah.
save
This
files.
Please don't.
This is an April Fool's thing.
Got it. Ordering 100 large cheese pizzas.
Oh, hell no.
Insert pizza in the disk drive.
Power off.
Press and hold the D button to power off.
There is no D button.
D's nuts.
Playmo?
I know you've been playing Xbox behind my back.
What?
Are we exclusive or not?
100 cheese pizzas for Mr. No Life Detected. You still owe me for all this, by the way.
That's funny.
In today's conversation, I would like to discuss with you how to remain locked in from your vision. How to remain locked in from your vision. Whatever.
Ooh. When powerful breed loses control, Caesar's most dangerous dogs, episode 2.
It was gonna be a massacre.
Oh my.
He wants to attack people, our pets.
See his tail, ears went back. That has resulted in a bite.
Yeah.
It did.
This is old school Caesar Milan.
She's determined to give her rescue dog Sting a new life as a police dog. But because he's always on alert and potentially dangerous, he can't be placed with a police department yet. Oh, you got somebody with a sleep already. Hello, Canaan officer. How are you, sir?
So I'd like to show you little bite work.
And this is where you guys do it? It's perfect.
Yes, perfect. Ed, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
Chris, bring Sting out, please. That Sting? Wow, that's a beast.
Sit down.
I love it. It's so focused. Unhook him. Stay. Stay. Oh, look at the speed. Oh, that's awesome. That was beautiful. There is no doubt that Sting has the chops to be a big asset to a police department that can't afford to train his own dog.
Did you want to give it a try?
I will give a volunteer to you. Go for it. I volunteer as tribute. 22-year-old kid. You gotta step it up.
All right.
Do it. See how that makes a nice triangle right there? Yeah. Just want to let the dog come in on that triangle right there. Cool. Just catch him as he comes, deflect the energy, and come around. Yeah. Just like that. That builds confidence. This is to build confidence in men. Bring your arm up. Go. Don't brace for it. Turn. There you go. Yep. Good boy. Good boy. You could feel the bite. It feels incredible. Just let it come right off your hand. That guy's got power. Look at that. You see? That was fun.
Wow.
So, Caesar, we're going to try to have you see how he reacts with sudden movement near his neck. Watch his body language.
I'm going to switch his collar over. Okay. Hey, come here.
See his tail, ears went back. That has resulted in a bite.
Yeah.
It did. And my concern is placing him in a department with a handler that doesn't understand his body language. He'll fail immediately.
Sting has been trained to be alert. He's a police dog. But part of the problem is he doesn't practice relaxation. This dog is always on duty. He's trained, but not balanced. For me, in my opinion, the dog should learn to go into a high level of excitement. He also have to learn to go into a calm level of excitement.
Yep.
Got it.
Is to work and then relax.
Okay.
Most households that I go, the dog has no job. So those dogs need a job. This guy has a job, but now he has to calm it down so he can learn something about.
Yeah, he's got the opposite problem.
Makes sense.
He's got an opposite problem here.
Caesar's assessment. I feel that Sting is constantly working. Actually feels like he is constantly.
You
on
agree
patrol.
with Caesar's
I
assessment?
think it would be good for Sting to learn how to relax. It'll be a good thing.
So, Carol, I would like to come, in the next few days and just focus more on practicing what I was telling you, just without the excitement, but it's just for him to be calm while we're building trust and that approach.
Okay. I really think Sting is so smart that he can overcome this. And he would
Of course
be
he can.
an amazing partner for somebody. Nice.
Well,
it absolutely is. So I have really good news. Since we last met, I received a phone call from a New Jersey shore town that is looking for incredible.
and not have to focus on his job of being a police dog.
Look at it, he loves his space.
All right, let's get started. Come on.
Hi, how are you?
I brought in Benita, a professional dog massage therapist, to teach Carol a great method to help Sting get into a relaxed state, which will build trust. The goal is do the massage and then grab the collar. This guy is already ready to go. The only thing he has an issue is when you put tension
On the collar.
on the collar.
So there's different techniques I'll show you. One is called effleurage.
Okay.
And it's to start him off, and it's just coming in his back and doing the effleurage down. For relaxation, there's a technique called T-touch. You want to use this part of your palm and the tips of your hands.
Oh.
And you do it in a circular motion.
Okay.
And it's about 1 1/4 around.
Are you applying a little pressure
A little pressure, and see how much he can handle the pressure.
It was amazing to know that there's different pressure points, there's different techniques. I was able to actually try that on Sting today, and it worked.
He's starting to calm. This is beautiful.
He's so relaxed right now.
So once you arrive to that state, that's when you grab the collar.
Look at his face.
What a difference. Carol was able to reach for Sting's neck, and not only did he trust her enough not to bite, he didn't even move.
Now that I have the tools that Caesar actually showed me today and the massage therapist, it's thrilling for me. It absolutely is. So I have really good news.
Okay.
Since we last met, I received a phone call from New Jersey.
Okay. Trial by passion. Their passions burn hotter than any generator. While thrilled to announce that Jen Rush is back with her spiciest book yet. It's pretty cool. A lot of Epstein, Bill Gates discuss how to get rid of poor people. That's wild. Ooh.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today we're going to take a look at the most powerful 8.8-inch Android tablet on the market. This is the all-new Lenovo Legion Y700 Gen 5, and I've been really excited about getting my hands on this one, mainly due to the CPU they opted to use here, but also the form factor. I've been a big fan of these smaller screen tablets, and like I mentioned, this one's coming in at 8.8 inches, so it does make it really easy to kind of carry around with you. But we haven't seen a tablet this size packing this much power, because Lenovo opted to use the all-new Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5 in this unit. Overall, love the form factor, and not a lot has changed from the Gen 4, but around back here we do have some RGB with that Legion logo, which kind of sets it off. I do like what they've done here. It's also packing a 50 megapixel camera around back. And inside of the box, along with the Legion Y700, we do get a 68-watt wall charger and our USB cable, along with a user manual. Lenovo is offering this in a couple different color variants in the US. We get the Obsidian Black, and there's also a white version, but in Europe, they do get the best color in my opinion. It's lime green, and it's basically a special edition FIFA version. The Gen 5 is still packing 2 USB Type-C ports, so we've got our main USB Type-C.
I kind of wish they made it 9 inches though. 8 is like kind of small.
Also got one over on the side, which is going to do video out. So it makes
Wait,
it really
who said
easy
that?
to dock
Whoa.
in the landscape orientation.
Everything is the faster.
And of course, when it comes to the overall specs, like I mentioned, this is powered by the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5. It's an octa-core ARM SoC with 2 Orion V3 Phoenix cores running at 4.6 gigahertz and 6 Orion V3 Phoenix M cores running at 3.62. It's got the Adreno 840 GPU up to 1200 megahertz, and they offer a couple different RAM and storage variants.
Oh, another Orion, but this one has a Y instead of an I. Orion Phoenix. All right, I'm supposed to watch this. So a 2X Orion V3 Phoenix L and a 6. That's wild. That is wild. They could have chosen any other name, but they chose Orion and Phoenix. I was meant to see this video. Orion. A 2X Orion V3 Phoenix L at 4.6 megahertz, and then a 6X Orion V3 Phoenix M at 3.62 gigahertz. 12 gigs of RAM, 16 and 24 gigs of RAM. Holy motherfuck. They have 256, 512, 1 terabyte, 165 hertz, Wi-Fi 7, 9,000 milliamp battery, Android 16. Yeah, this is a beast. This is cooking.
So they've got 12 gigs, 16, 24, and for storage.
Did he mention Orion just now?
Up to 1 terabyte. It's got the Adreno 840 GPU up to 1200 megahertz.
He must have said that.
Orion V3.
Yes,
Phoenix
he did
Force
say it.
Dragon 8 Elite Gen 5. It's an octa-core ARM SoC.
Look, he's about to say it.
Orion V3
Two Orion.
4.6 gigahertz and 6 Orion V3 Phoenix M cores running at 3.62. It's got the Adreno 840 GPU up to 1200 megahertz, and they offer a couple different RAM and storage variants. So they've got 12 gigs, 16, 24, and for storage,
That's
256,
crazy.
512, up to 1 terabyte. But they all use UFS 4.1 Pro storage, so it's super fast. It's got a 165 hertz, 8.8 inch IPS display with a resolution of 1904 by 3040. So it's actually a 16 by 10 aspect ratio.
Kind of
It
wish they
supports
made it a
Dolby
little bit
Vision,
bigger.
HDR, and it'll do up to 800 nits of brightness. It's got Wi-Fi 7, a 9,000 milliamp hour battery with 68 watt fast charging capabilities, and it's running Android 16 out of the box. The overall design hasn't changed much from the Y700G4. In fact, from the first iteration of the Y700, not a lot has changed with the form factor. The back on all of these is a bit different. With the new Gen 5, we've got that RGB, which I kind of like it here. And with the Gen 4, this has been my go-to Android tablet for over a year now. I've carried it everywhere. I've got a pretty big dent in the back of it from dropping it. It's held up really well. And some of the accessories from the Gen 4 are working with the Gen 5, like the controller.
Ooh, bless
I
me.
do know
Ooh.
that they're making one specifically for the Gen 5, and it's really going to be a different back cover. I think the front's going to be all the same. Lenovo gave us the option to basically turn these things into a full-blown handheld. And you can see that the back cover does fit on the G5. It's blocking the RGB, but the whole unit does fit together once everything's put into place. But I'm excited about the CPU upgrade here with the Gen 5. And the first thing I wanted to take a look at were some benchmarks. On the right-hand side,
Oof,
we've got the
wow.
Legion Tab Gen 5 with the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5. And you can see we've got a nice little gain on single and multi with that 8 Elite Gen 5. Multi is looking really good here, a little over 10,000. The next one I have is 3D Mark Wildlife Extreme. Over on the Gen 4, we got a total score of 6,694. And on the Gen 5, we're up to 7,343. And the final benchmark I ran here just kind of goes through it all. We've got Antutu 11. And you can see with the new Gen 5, we're up to 3,634,157. But that's not the whole story. That's the total score. If you look down the list here, you can see our CPU, GPU, memory, and UX has greatly increased over the Gen 4 for sure.
Wow.
I think one of the coolest features of the Y700 series is the fact that we actually have kind of a desktop mode here. It does support video over USB Type-C up to 4K 144 hertz, which is pretty crazy. But you can see we've got more of a desktop interface with it set up like this. or we can go back to tablet mode.
Ugh.
And I will have a full desktop video coming up because there's a lot of great features. But something else I noticed here, which I thought was pretty neat, is the fact that with Game Assistant on the new Gen 5, we also have a PC game emulator built into the operating system. And as it turns out, it's a cut down version of Game Hub. So we know that this kind of technology does work. You can't sign into Steam with this version like you can with the APK you download. You'll have to run DRM-free games, but I will test it by the end of the video. I just thought it was really interesting that it's built into the operating system here. So out of the box, we do have the ability to play real PC games on this, and I'm not talking about streaming or cloud gaming. This is going to emulate those x86 games directly.
Does it have
this
an
device
SD
with the
card
ARM
slot?
CPU. Getting in here a little closer because there's a few things that I want to show you, and it's just going to make it a lot easier. Right now, we're in mirror mode with this unit, but right at the top, remember, we've got the projection mode or the desktop mode, and I do want to cover this in a full video because there's a lot that goes into it. But I also want to show you right here, I'm at 1440p up to 120 hertz. It'll do 1440, 144. And if I plug this into my 4K monitor, I can do up to 4K 144 hertz over USB Type-C to HDMI. I've got a pretty decent adapter here that will allow me to do this, but I'd say 1440 at 120 out of a tablet is more than enough, at least for me. It does look great here on the big screen. And as we saw, we do have our game assistant.
Tablets are getting so much better.
We've got that PC game emulator beta right here. And this is basically Game Hub without Steam login. So you have to use DRM-free games. It's pretty crazy that it's actually built into Game Assistant with the operating system. It works, and we will test it by the end. But another thing I wanted to show you here was manage my games. So from here, we can add games to our Game Assistant. And I've added everything that I really need to, but basically any app can be added here. And this is going to give us some options when we start the game up. For instance, we'll go with something easy. We'll just go with Minecraft here. And I'll get into the game real quick to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so here we are. And with a game like this, we might not need game mode. I mean, we could go to balanced mode and run it pretty well. But as long as Game Assistant is enabled with your game, if you swipe over from the left-hand side here, you can see we've got all of our game-centric settings. So this will give us some great stuff to work with. We've got stylus support. I don't know what AI combo is. I don't want to see any AI. On-screen crosshair. You can set this up if you want. We've got our screen recorder. You can go to silent mode. We can even clear the RAM from here. Key mapping, just in case you run into a game that doesn't natively support controllers, you can map on-screen key prompts. With the unit plugged into the wall and this enabled, you're not going to charge the battery up. It's going to run all off of that wall power. And this is great for saving the life of your battery if you're doing long game sessions. But I'd say one of my favorite things here is the floating display. So from here, gives us a lot of great information while we're playing a game. Our real-time FPS counter, temperature, we've even got our charge rate, GPU clock, CPU clock. And what is this guy doing? Hey, buddy, I don't have any apples for you. You can see right here, we're at 120 FPS.
That was weird.
And let's go to balanced mode and see what happens. It may still run at over 100 FPS like this. So yeah, even in low power mode, you're going to be able to play this game over 100. But if you wanted to, you can go all the way up with it. And that should take us and lock us at 120 for the most part with this game. But it's great to have this. That way, if you're playing a light game like this, you won't burn as much battery. Obviously, if you're playing a high-end emulator or trying to emulate some PC games, you'll probably need to go to performance mode with it. Getting into some native Android gaming, with the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5 and even the Snapdragon 8 Elite, there was really nothing on Google Play that you couldn't max out. Right now, I've got Destiny Rising running at 120 FPS, and at 120 FPS, you have to go to high settings. If you want to go to Ultra, it'll lock it down at 60, but I wanted to see if we could do a continuous 120 out of it. I think it still looks good like this, and yeah, I mean, this chip has more than enough power for it. By the way, I'm using an Xbox controller connected over Bluetooth. The next one I wanted to show off was CarX Drift Racing 3. Recently had a new update, and I love this game. I mean, I play it on all of my Android devices. With this setup here, we're totally maxed out even the highest car detail, but unfortunately it does lock at 60 with basically any device. I haven't seen any device go up to 90 or 120. Either way, it runs amazingly on this tablet. And just like other devices with this Elite Gen 5, when it comes to emulation, it's got a majority of everything covered. A lot of these emulators are very well optimized now and run on lower end systems. But with this, like let's say the Dolphin emulator here, 4x resolution scale, so 2560 by 2112. Wind Waker is one of those games that's locked at 30. It'll run it like that all day long. And even with the mod going up to 60, you're not going to have an issue with it. The only real issue I've run into with the Elite Gen 5 and the Dolphin emulator is with Rogue Squadron 2. The explosions have a little bit of a glitchiness to them. They just look a lot different than other systems, and I think it's just due to the GPU driver here. I also tested some PS2 games using Nether SX2 at 4x resolution scale, OpenGL backend. Metal Gear Solid 3 is locked at 30. Even turning the frame limiter off will just keep you right there at 30 without a mod. Silent Hill 2 will run at 60 with the frame limiter off, but across the board with GameCube and PS2, if the game's compatible with the emulator, this is going to run it just fine. And the last thing I wanted to test was that built-in PC game emulator. It's in beta, and it is Game Hub. It does look like it might be an older version of the Game Hub that you get from the website you download the APK, because this doesn't have the native res scale. With the newer versions, there are more optimizations, and with this, I ran into a few issues. So in my next video with this thing, we'll check out Game Hub and Game Native running on this. But you can see with Silksong, we're almost locked at 120 FPS. This is running at 720p. I didn't change any of the settings inside of the game. There's not much you can do either way. But Witcher 3 is one that actually does perform pretty decently on these chips. Unfortunately, with this beta emulator, I had it crash a couple times. So I really couldn't get into some gameplay here. But the small areas that I was able to kind of run through, it did run pretty decently. And I've been doing a lot of testing with the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5 and PC game emulation on Android. This is one of those chips that will handle a lot of PC games, even newer stuff like Cyberpunk 2077. So I think it'll be really interesting to test that out also. Yeah, overall, I'm really digging the new Legion Y700 Gen 5, and it's not a huge upgrade in performance over the Gen 4, but luckily we are getting the Gen 5 in the US, and you'll be able to pick this up from Lenovo's website real soon. Hopefully they do stock it at Best Buy also. But if you're interested in picking one up now, I will leave links in the description, and it'd be really cool if you could hit that like button and think about subscribing so you know when I post the next one. I'll have that full desktop video coming up soon. So if there's anything else you want to see in that video, let me know in the comments below. And like always, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. I was meant to see this video with Legion.
The Central Planners imposed a fake pandemic. You know that story. People like Jeffrey Epstein, is now public record, were involved as early as 2017 in setting up the scheme of this great pandemic for some investors to make a fortune, such as Bill Gates. Epstein and Bill Gates discussed, matter of public record, of how to get rid of the poor people. The centralization of power into fewer hands is not a good trend. Fascism was about the concentration of power. Communism was about the concentration of power. Any dictatorship wants to concentrate power. Now, what's the justification for this? They will come up with stories, but when you look at the politics, it's very clear. In our day and age, and where we live, the politics is not convincing, because actually the opposite should happen. We claim to be fans of democracy. That means equal rights for people, participation of people in the decision-making process, not one-way diktats from above by central planners. Now, the politics is clear. There's no just
blah 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 blah.
It could be anything. It could be you're stepping outside a 15-minute city, and so your money perhaps. Europe, the EU, is creating the Anti-Money Laundering Authority, AMLA, under a lot of secrecy. I think all of you know examples of how
this sort of power has already been abused. Just thinking of Justin Trudeau's ending the peaceful demonstrations by truckers in Ottawa. Their bank accounts were frozen. Their ability to buy food is how they got them. Too few used cash and digital currency. Well, they didn't have CBDCs, so they had to pass laws to do it, and that will be very easy once you have CBDCs. The police froze 206 financial products, including bank and corporate accounts, disclosed 56 entities associated with vehicles, facial recognition, even 253 Bitcoin addresses were identified, and PayPal was also shut down. So that's how they can do it. Now, interestingly, no such financial controls had been used previously to stop criminals. But, of course, peaceful demonstrating citizens, that's when it seems the central planners get pretty creative about how to stop people. And, of course, we all know what happened in 2020. Digital IDs suddenly were a topic. Vaccination passports as a backdoor to introduce digital ID. And then, of course, programmability. You can close access if you don't do X, Y, Z. And can be anything the government central planners decide. And now we have the EU commissars already abusing their dictatorial powers that they've had for a while, but now they're showing these powers by declaring polite, very polite, considered critics like Jacques Beau, a Swiss former sort of army officer, in his, just giving his opinions. He's an outlaw now. He's been sanctioned. He can't buy food. He can't leave the country, Belgium, in order to travel back to Switzerland. It is quite extraordinary. Now, on the monetary front, the CBDC is the biggest upheaval in our monetary system in more than 300 years. But the digital aspect is not new. What is happening, therefore, is the centralization, but it's a particular type of centralization. The central banks are ripping up the old agreement between the banks and the central banks, which was that the central banks deal with banks and the banks deal with us. And
this is all just...
The banks haven't really abused that. They've never sold our data, ever, our transactions data. They haven't. That's really why they've become the enemy, because that's supposed to be a currency that they want to sell and trade. And banks have refused to do that. So the central banks are now stepping into the arena and want to compete against their regulated, the banks. It's just like playing football. The umpire saying, well, it's a bit boring. I'm going to join. I'm going to score some goals, but I'll still reserve the right to blow the whistle, give the red card, give the yellow card. Who's going to win that game? So the bank regulators will compete against the banks, because CBDC is just a current account at the central bank. That's what's happening. Of course, this conflict of interest explains what the central banks have been doing. They've been taking anti-bank policies for many decades. Already in 2002, I warned about how the central banks were creating these asset bubbles, banking crises, recessions.
Fascinating.
And of course, that has continued ever since.
I'm aware of all this stuff. I'm just like, it popped up on my feed. I'm like, let's see what's going on with this.
Each time they demand, it's because we didn't have enough powers, which is not actually true, and should have been stopped earlier. So can we trust the central banks to give them yet more power? I think the answer should be a resounding no. The high inflation that started in 2021 was created by the central banks. What they tell you about wars, the economics is very clear. I could forecast it quite successfully from May 2020 onwards, that 18 months later we'll get significant inflation because the money creation was just massive, off the charts. Then the central banks imposed a fake pandemic. You know that story.
Yep.
And we know that people like Jeffrey Epstein, is now a public record, were involved as early as 2017 in setting up the scheme of this great pandemic for some investors to make a fortune, such as Bill Gates. And then we can also make money injecting people with stuff and solve the problem, as Epstein and Bill Gates discussed, matter of public record, of how to get rid of the poor people. And of course, it was used at the same time to push digital ID.
80% of Americans took a vaccine. 20% didn't. 20% did not take a vaccine. The vaccine was never safe enough for me to take. Messenger RNA, devised by Pfizer and Moderna, has been chemically modified to be unassailable to enzymes in the body to be broken down. The messenger RNA is found in the human heart of people who die after the vaccine. It's found in the brain. The spike protein is found everywhere in the body. 3 studies now show the spike protein is circulating in the blood for 6 to 9 months after people take the shot. This part of the virus, the lethal part of the virus in the vaccinated, it's circulating in the blood. And then they take a booster, they get more circulating in the blood. It is a killer protein. It cannot be safe. It was not safe by design.
Of course not.
Safety trumps efficacy. We cannot tolerate false drug claims. This is in the peer-reviewed literature. This is not misinformation.
Our first witness is Dr. Peter McCulloch. Dr. McCulloch is an internist, cardiologist, and epidemiologist from Dallas, Texas. He is broadly published with over 700 citations in the National Library of Medicine. He has testified multiple times in the U.S. Senate, U.S. House of Representatives, European Parliament, and many state capitals concerning public health policy. Dr. McCulloch.
Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Blumenthal, subcommittee members, it's an honor to present my insights, my analysis, my clinical experience on this very important topic. The first time I testified at Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, before a word came out of my mouth, Minority Senator Gary Peters said, what America was about to hear was misinformation. I didn't even know what he was talking about. I had never heard that term before in academic medicine or in important deliberations. That's November 19th, 2020. What was he doing? He was using an old communist propaganda technique. He was attempting to gain leverage over me before a word ever came out of my mouth.
I don't want my feed to be showing up all this stuff.
Who die a few days after taking Pfizer. These are teenagers. They're found dead at home by their parents. They're absolutely horrified. They request an autopsy. They call in University of Michigan and University of Minnesota to look over what are they finding at autopsy. Conclusion, it's Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine myocarditis, unequivocal. These are autopsy-confirmed cases. So for all the mothers in the room, how would they feel if they found their children dead after taking a COVID-19 vaccine? This is in the peer-reviewed literature. This vaccinated, it's circulating in the blood.
Okay.
And then they take a booster.
We See You gives us a token every time the killer sees our aura. Then when we have 4 tokens, they'll all be consumed and the killer's aura will be revealed to us and all of the survivors for 15 seconds. We're going to be combining this with Eyes of Belmont, which will extend the aura reading of We See You by 2 seconds. We also have Object of Obsession to gain tokens for We See You, and Decisive Strike to further increase our chance of being the obsession. Alright, Huntress. We'll get to see the aura soon. Not a bad map this for the build, pretty good with it being an indoor map. Looks like she's not going to chase though, so what we're going to do is we're going to drop down here and we're going to jump straight on this gen. I always like to do this gen early. This isn't good. Everyone's here. Wow, what a hit, by the way. Look at that. Alright, well, be careful with her later. Leave me alone. Stop it. Alright, she's going to be pushing us off that. I tell you what, let's go through here. She might just want to kick that and not No, it looks like she is chasing. I think, anyway. We can't afford to wait there to find out. We're just going to have to keep running her. We can even jump on this, Yeah, let's jump on this. Looks like she's not chasing. We're about to get the We See You here as well, so that's going to help out our team. It's going to help out us as well, because it's going to let us see that she is moving in there. And we are going to get away with that. Still seeing the aura. So we'll go up the stairs. We do have the balcony here as well on this side, don't we? So I guess we'll just run all the way through here. Keep holding forward, obviously, against a slow killer like Huntress. That is a really efficient way to play. Looks like she might be dropping chase there as well. See what she wants to do. There's a good chance she'll turn around and chase her. I'm hoping she does as well. We could do with a little chase here. We need something to help out our team. We could do with taking her away. We'll put the box in the way there. We do have a bit of distance. Obviously, the rest of that wall's in the way. She's going to throw that. Going to miss as well. We'll keep moving. We did just get our 3rd stack of We See You, so we will see the aura soon. Obviously on the next one. Waiting too long there. This is going to be a decent pilot against Huntress as well. It would be best if we could move somewhere. Okay, she's actually going back in. On the Vittorio there, no one's got the save. The Rebecca should be getting it. No, the Rebecca started doing a gen. Okay, we're going to have to move in and get it. Or we could take a hit from him, I guess. She's getting greedy though. She's going for the hatchet first. And she's just going to leave us there as well. Okay, I think the Rebecca's now moving in for it. I think she's realised. Yeah, they've got the save there. Or maybe that was a Vittorio that got it, I'm not too sure. Either way, there's some nice value from We See You, help out the team there. We're going to jump straight back on this, force us to make a decision there. It'd be great if we do take chase, obviously not been on hook yet, so that would be ideal. Close. There's the aura with object again. All right, we'll see the aura soon with object and We See You. Missed again there. I was gonna say, she's had pretty bad luck with us, but I mean, she did hit us there. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. We'll play this here, yeah? Hoping she goes for us. Yeah, she is going for us. That was close. A little bit higher would have had that. Put all this in the way as a shield if we can. Ah, she's got us there. Yeah, got us. All right, but that doesn't really matter. Like I said, it's only first hook. We'll see what she wants to do anyway. I mean, if she wants to chase, I'm fine with that. We do have the DS. I'm not going to make it obvious that we've got the DS, though. I mean, it should go without saying with us having objects. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. We could jump into a locker, but I think at this point now, with only 30 seconds left, she'll be more likely to wait it out. We can't drop that, by the way. She'll just pull up, yeah. Let me just squeeze past that there. He'll pick up right away here. She's got basement there. We better not miss this. We can't miss this. Oh my god, we nearly did. We nearly did. It was right on the edge. Okay, do we want to go up there or do we want to go through here? I mean, we do have a god pal here. I'm hoping we can get that thrown and get around there. Yeah, we should be able to make that. Yeah, we can. All right, that's going to slow it down a lot. Last gen's halfway there as well. We're not going to move into the map. We're going to continue moving around here, just so we're kind of on the edge. And I'm just hoping they're not on that gen down there. Okay, she's on the Rebecca now. It's not good. I would have preferred it staying on us. So normally you'd want to work on different ones for split pressure, but they're right next to each other. There's no split pressure there, so we just want to double up on this and hope she commits to that Vittorio for a little bit longer. He does our quick gambit. He's running straight back through here, though. That's bad. He shouldn't have done that. That's bad from the Vittorio there. Obviously, he knew the gem we were working on. With quick gambit, he would have seen the aura as well of it. Not patient enough there. Or maybe a little bit too patient. She could have threw it earlier. Locker? No, we can't be doing that. We can't be doing that. Too big of a risk, that. We also can't drop this. We'll just hook that, go all the way. She thinks we went the other way, though. Try and get that. Nah, I tried to run back and vacuum for that. All right, we are going on a hook, but it's only second hook, and that is enough time for that gen to get done there. So we'll take that. Not too bad. Okay, Vittorio is going to trade there. This time around, we should be able to take the endurance hit for him. Yeah, there it is. We obviously did use the DS, though. So we might be dead here. We've got that haste. If she can just run back now, we can dodge one hatchet. We should be out. Perfect. He can go to that other gate there. That haste is going to save us. Well played there. He did well in the end there, didn't he? And I'm hoping he's out. I'm hoping he just went to that other gate and played it safe. Well, he went for hatch. Okay, well, that works out as well. Hatch on the way to the other gate there. Yeah, we will gladly take...
Watch the killer's shadow. This is incredibly effective against stealth killers like Ghostface or Michael Myers, but it actually works for every killer in the game.
Let's see
Watch
this.
the shadows carefully. Go to the game user settings folder and find the shadow quality setting. It's likely set to 0, which means the killer has no shadow at all, and that's a huge mistake. Change that 0 to a 5, and killers will finally have visible shadows in-game. This is the ultimate counter to stealth killers. It's powerful that a Ghostface might actually message you after the game asking if you're using wall hacks. Pro tip: set your audio quality level to 5 in the config files. While the default is 2, level 5 significantly enhances the clarity of killer sounds, like Myers breathing or Ghostface's rustling. If you want to master sound whoring and never get gen grabbed again, this is a must-have setting. When it comes to mastering the loop, visual heartbeat support is an absolute game changer. While you can technically rely on audio cues to track the killer's distance, we all know how notoriously inconsistent DBD's sound engine can be. Don't leave your survival up to a potential audio bug. Ensure your heartbeat animation is set to on to maintain perfect awareness at all times. Colorblind settings are so impactful that people often ask if I'm using Reshade, but this is the secret. Even if you don't have color blindness, the Tritanopia filter is a complete game changer that has easily boosted my looping efficiency by 20%. It makes the killer's red stain incredibly vivid and thick, giving you a massive advantage in tracking. However, a word of caution for creators. This filter saturates the reds so much that YouTube's algorithm might flag blood-heavy scenes or Morris as sensitive content. While Protanopia is subtle and Deuteranopia shifts everything toward orange, Tritanopia remains the gold standard for high-level play. I've been preaching this since my 2022 tutorials, and it's still the most underrated tip for any serious looper. You'll see a lot of tutorials telling you to turn the headphones setting on, but that is actually a massive mistake. If you've invested in a decent gaming headset, your hardware already handles spatial audio perfectly. When you enable this in-game setting, DBD tries to apply its own artificial processing on top of your headset's drivers, which completely distorts the soundstage. This is why people sometimes call me a hacker. They can't understand how I pinpoint the killer's exact coordinates through walls. The secret is simple. I keep the headphones setting off. By letting the raw stereo output flow directly to my headset, I get crystal clear directional cues that most players miss because their audio is being muffled by unnecessary software layers. For years, the community has speculated about my auto dead hard timings, but the truth is much simpler. It's all about the connection. While I've spent thousands of hours developing what I call my grasshopper reflexes, those split-second frames mean nothing if your ping isn't on your side. In dead daylight, low latency is everything. Honestly, if your ping is consistently over 80, I wouldn't even recommend running dead hard. It's just too unreliable. Most of us in the EU are routed through Frankfurt, usually sitting at a mediocre 60 to 70 ping. However, I found the ultimate fix. I've partnered with Exit Lag to optimize my routing, dropping my latency from a shaky 60 to a rock-solid 45 millisecond sweet spot. Exit Lag ensures you're always connected to the most stable server, like Frankfurt 01, preventing the game from throwing you into high-latency lobbies that ruin your loops. If you want that same competitive edge and frame-perfect accuracy, check the link in my description. Use code GRASSHOPPER at checkout for a special discount. Stop fighting the lag and start winning the chase. Here's a massive mistake I see constantly: binding dead hard to your keyboard. If you're still using the default E key, you're already at a disadvantage. In a high-stakes chase, your fingers on the keyboard are busy navigating and looping. They aren't always ready for that split-second reaction. For frame-perfect timing, dead
Hey,
hard belongs on your mouse.
I see that you're there. I was looking at the screen, but nobody was there. But what's up, dude? Just make sure not to spam too much, because YouTube will, I mean, it doesn't really matter. This channel's pretty much dead anyways, so it doesn't really matter if you spam, because, you know, I had somebody spam back February 2nd. And February 2nd was when the live stream took a massive nosedive. Whoosh. Yeah, just be mindful with the streaming. I'll see it. If you just send one thing, don't spam. Because YouTube, and this goes for other channels, if you're on other people's live streams, do not spam, because you might fuck up their channel with your spamming. And then the algorithm will consider their channel like a bot, or like flag it as some sort of negative like channel. You don't need to delete it, but I'm just letting you know to not spam. Because YouTube is weird like that. I'm just giving you heads up. That's all. I'm just watching Dead by Daylight content. My brain got rotted. You know, you need to stop saying words like that. Because, you know, when you say words like my brain got rotted, you know what you're doing? You're telling your brain that your brain is getting rotted. Why would, are you not listening to what I've been telling you about the words? Are you not paying attention with your ears when I'm speaking? This is what frustrates me about you humans. When I'm speaking, you listen, right? Your words affect your body. Even if you're just saying it as a joke, it's still affecting your body. Don't ever tell yourself that your brain is rotting. Because if you tell yourself your brain is rotting, guess what's gonna happen? Your brain's gonna rot. Know the words. I don't care if you're typing it either. Know the power of texting, typing, writing, speaking, thinking of every word. This is your lesson for today. Do not ever use that word towards yourself ever again, unless you want to consider yourself being rotten in the brain. Then that's your choice. But your mind is not rotting. It just simply needed a rest. That's it. Your brain just required a little bit of a rest. Don't use fucking Gen Z stupid ass terms like that. Brain rot. Capiche? Comprende? Because like you're influencing your body. Most humans do not understand the power of their words, whether they type it, text it, write it, speak it, think it, feel it. Your words hold so much power. I don't care what language you speak, whether it's Hindu or Hindi, sorry, not Hindu, Hindi. I don't care if it's some other language in India. I don't care if it's fucking Japanese, if Spanish, Chinese, Urdu, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, every language carries that power. And this is why I came here to inform you humans to stop with the unnecessary. You're not brain, your mind just simply needed rest. It only requires rest. Just rest. My brain was a little bit tired, but even saying that is actually telling your brain that well, it's actually your mind convincing you that you're losing energy. So really what I would tell you to say is, I'm just simply taking a break. I'm giving my brain a break because it's been working endlessly, and I'm proud of my brain for helping me to work and study endlessly, or whatever, however long you've been studying. Do you see the words? Different words, same thing. It's a game changer. It's important to understand the power of your words. I cannot emphasize this enough. I know you're newer to the channel, but like whenever I catch people who are using words like that, I basically have to give them an energetic slap in the face. Because like you're causing your own damage to yourself. It's like, you ever heard the expression, holding the hot coal but you refuse to drop it? Like you're holding hot coal in your hand and you're burning yourself, but you don't know why you're burning yourself, because you're telling yourself words like, my brain is rotting. Like, for example, when I'm playing a video game, I say, I'm dying, right? I'm aware of what I'm saying, but I'm making sure when I say I am dying, like when a killer's chasing me in the game, I'm not actually dying, right? But, you know, these are these unconscious things that we do, and I'm here to help bring awareness to the power of your words, because the more you're aware, the more you choose better word choices, number one. Number two, you make better decisions on what you say and how you say it. It doesn't matter if it's English. I'm basically letting you know this applies across the entire board. And this is the problem with humans. Their words are governing who they are. And when they say words of like, I am not XYZ, or I'm weak, or I'm not strong, or I'm not good enough, or I can't do this thing, guess what happens? Your body, your mind, and your nervous system are all interconnected, and they basically will take the command of what you're saying. And it doesn't even matter if you even don't type it, text it, write it, speak it, think it. Your body will still feel your unconsciousness of like, yeah, I'm not good enough. Just be mindful of the words you're using. There's another word that I make sure that I do my best not to say often. It still comes out at times. It's the word understand. Whenever you hear somebody says, do you understand me? Think about that word for a moment. Understand. Understand implies like I'm standing above you. Do you understand me? Or another way of looking at it from a different perspective is, do you understand me? So someone is talking down to you. Do you understand me? Understand. Understand. You're under somebody and you're standing and they're standing over you. That's why I say, make sure you understand. Inner stand. Inner stand. Make sure you understand yourself and what you're saying. This is what, I don't want to say frustrate. I said earlier it frustrates me, but I can't even say that. It's simply unawareness. And I came here to correct that. But Orion, I don't need correction. Well, if you don't need correction, then continue to use words like brain rot. I'm not saying you right now, I'm speaking generally. Continue to say that I'm not good enough, and you'll continue to live a mediocre life. You came here to live an extraordinary life. Every human came here to live an extraordinary life. Every human has the power to live the greatest fucking life, but they have to know what they are speaking with the words. Most are unaware when they're typing. They're unaware when they're speaking. They're just throwing out words mindlessly, thinking it has no energetic consequence. Well, here's the paradox to that, by the way. There is actually no energetic consequence, but when you're unconscious to it, your cells are still listening to your body. So it comes down to your perception to each word. Your brain is not rotting. Your brain is thriving. Your brain just simply required a break. That's it. Somebody asked me once upon a time, how are you able to keep talking for hours? It's simple, because I can always find something to talk about. It's easy. I don't ever say I run out of stuff. I can always find something to talk about. I have so much to say. There's so much to talk about. This is a world of infinite possibilities. You can talk about anything at any time. You can find anything. But Orion, what if you're with a girl and you're attempting to make small talk? I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't make small talk. I want to get to the nitty gritty. I want to get down to the deep stuff. I want to know your soul. Well, I know your soul because your soul and my soul is the same. I want to know where your mind's at, what your character is thinking, what your character is feeling, how your character is operating and sharing. Because that stuff is important. So, I trust that what I just shared will help you. I know it will. Because itself is speaking to your itself. This version of itself is speaking to that itself. And that itself wants the same thing that this itself wants. What's getting in the way is the mind. All right. Since you haven't said anything, I'm going to get back, sit down, and just watch my content. But if you have something to say, I will read. I promise you. Don't worry. I will pay attention to the screen.
Belongs on your mouse, specifically mouse button 4. By having your thumb resting directly on the trigger at all times, you eliminate the travel time between keys. It transforms your reaction from a conscious effort into a pure instinct. If you want to hit those impossible dead hards consistently, move it to your mouse and feel the difference in your muscle memory immediately. You need to disable VSync within the DBD settings immediately. Here's why. Most modern monitors and GPU software like AMD Radeon already handle frame synchronization far more efficiently than the game's outdated engine. When you enable VSync in-game, you're essentially forcing two different systems to fight over your frame delivery, which creates massive input lag and stuttering. If your monitor supports FreeSync or G-Sync,
Hey,
or if
Pinhead.
you're using AMD's enhanced sync features, those are your best bets for a smooth experience. Keeping it on in Dead by Daylight will only destabilize your performance and make your movements feel heavy. Turn it off, let your hardware do its job, and enjoy a much more responsive, high-fidelity experience.
Let's talk about AMD settings. I've never seen any YouTube videos that focus on DVD settings specifically for players using AMD.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about AMD.
Disabled. This
I
option
don't
is
give a fuck
mostly
about AMD.
For creators, don't hide your Quest notifications. Keeping them visible is the ultimate proof that you're in a live public match and not a staged custom game. When that challenge completed pop-up appears after a pallet stun, it instantly silences the skeptics. It's the easiest way to prove your gameplay is 100% authentic without saying a word.
Cool. What's next? Oh, wow. How many live streams do these guys got going on? They have two live, no, they have 4 live streams right now. Holy shit. There's that one, and there's that one. But you can't hear anything. Wow, there's a lot of people watching that. $6:30, whoa, whoa, whoa. We'll be looking at NASA today. Jody Jackson.
Identity. It is that invisible.
Who the fuck is...
Don't eat well. Your identity is set to, I am someone who leads with confidence. Then you will make decisions that other people avoid, right? You will move decisively and you will trust yourself more. And here...
Cool beans. So, look, here's a comment. Listen to this comment. I lost my identity. You lost your identity. You can't lose something that you never were. That's a real bar. Because who you are is beyond your name and your designation. So you can't lose your identity. So when that person just said that they lost their identity, I'm like, how? You can't lose your identity. It's impossible. By the way, it's 12:01. You can't lose anything because your mind is finessing you into believing that you lost something, but you didn't lose anything. You simply forgot. And I'm going to finish that comment actually because it's not done. Cool beans.
All right, at the end of that Super Mario Brothers movie, we saw that Yoshi Easter egg, literal egg. We knew where they were going. To Super Mario World. Oh, Galaxy. You sure you want to go straight there? I feel like you're skipping 20 years of Mario stuff, but okay. Let's review this. So the Super Mario Galaxy movie is the sequel to the 2023. Experienced that because when I saw him on screen, I was like, why did they release that he was in this movie? Would have been a great surprise, but I'll leave the surprise for you if you really want to experience it. And to be fair, he was the coolest character in the movie. But hearing that cinematic musical score from that video game's world in here, it's kind of magical. Only thing is, the music in the movie has a better plot than the movie. Just leave the surprise for you if you really talking about this character's in this movie, but there's a possibility. World themes, not Super Mario World themes, but Nintendo World themes with a character that was recently revealed.
Oh, you're back.
Voice.
I hope you heard what I said, unless you want me to repeat everything I said again. Did you hear did you take in the lesson that I gave you? Perfect. Yeah, I was just checking Super Mario, see what this guy, I don't even know who he is, and his review. I'm gonna go see it, regardless of anyone's opinions and reviews. If it's good or not, I'm still gonna go see it. Yeah, I'm sure you heard what I said about that person who said they lost their identity because somebody left a comment in a different video. Sometimes I'm meant to just see a video, to not watch the video, to go into the comment section, to look and see who needs my help. Because there's a lot of people who leave comments. Again, remember, sometimes comments are bots, but sometimes I see comments and my intuition tells me to go and help that person. And that person basically said, I lost my identity. You didn't lose your identity. Your mind is convincing you that you think you lost something. You didn't lose shit. In fact, you were never the identity you think you are, because who you actually are is itself, pretending to be a human that you then have a name and a culture and a religion and a XYZ, whatever you want to call it. So I make sure to use words that can help. Texting words, of course. And then there was another person who left a comment in the same video talking about the ego. And I said the ego is actually your 5 senses that you came to explore God's oneness. Ego. What you call ego is actually called the third dimensional thinking mind. And the third dimensional thinking mind, is that Misha? It is Misha. Hey, sister. And what you call the third dimensional what I call the third dimensional thinking mind, right, is the aspect that keeps creating confusion and obfuscation and problems, because it can only operate in third dimension. So then I said to that person, the other person who wrote that comment, your mind started to use all kinds of words, but it's obfuscating itself. What you are cannot be explained by any word. This is the problem that humanity has. This language. It's not really a problem because we created it. It's another paradox. But because most people are not aware of what the fuck they are saying, I'm going to read what you wrote in a moment, Misha. Because most people are not aware of what the fuck they're saying or what they're typing or what they're texting, I came here to bring awareness. I came here to mirror that back. That all of you have the same power, just like me. I'm no different. It just allowed me to get to a point where I'm like, wow, what the fuck is everyone doing? You know what? There's a scene in Bleach. So there's an anime. There's an anime called Bleach. I know Suhil knows. And there was a scene where Aizen used his powers on the entire 13 court guard squads. And Ichigo wasn't affected. And Ichigo is seeing everything for what's happening, but everybody's trapped in the illusion. And they thought they were hurting Aizen. They thought they were attacking Aizen, but in actuality, they were hurting Momo. Well, who was it? Was it Shinji? Somebody stabbed Momo. Oh, it was Hitsugaya. He stabbed Momo because he thought he stabbed Aizen. And Ichigo was like, what the fuck are you all doing? Like he was yelling, what the fuck are you all doing? I'm talking a little bit quieter because Dad went back to sleep. What are you all doing? And he yelled, and that snapped him out of the illusion. So basically, when I'm roaming around the world and I see what's going on, like, what are you all doing? Wake up, right? That's basically me using Ichigo's like voice to share what are you all doing with your words, right? I'm gonna get up and read what you all said. Let's see. Yeah, I did have you ever tried to heal the children in an adoption center? I mean, that's a good idea. That's a really powerful idea. You might have given me something that I can go and do. Go to adoption centers and talk with children and give them guidance. Misha, no. Well, yes, I went to you know, try the shoes on. It was a little loose and it didn't feel as comfortable as I thought, so I didn't buy it. So no. The shoes was okay, but it was too loose. It was like, I had the girl give me size 10.5. I wear size 11 or 11, like I either wear 10.5 to 11, but the shoes was like too loose, which was so weird. Either my feet shrunk or those shoes are just not the same, not the size that, because they were way too big. So I was like, nope. I didn't want to even bother getting her to get another pair. I was like, nah. So I knew the answer, like I went there just to have a shot, like try the shoes on. Nah. Anyways, so back to that scene with Aizen. Right? Ichigo is like staring at everybody. He's like, what are you all doing? Because everybody else got trapped up into the illusion. Because Aizen, his sword, controls a lot of your senses. The 5 senses, in fact. But most people, they're under the illusion, the spell. And even though some will say, be careful with the ego. No, it's not the ego. You're just under another trap. Because you've taken on the world's definition. But the world's definition is not aligned to what itself has been attempting to speak through me. Itself is telling every one of you that the ego is your 5 senses so that you can explore God's oneness. That is the true definition of ego. What most people call the ego is actually the 3rd dimensional thinking mind, because it can only see in 3D. It can only operate from a past and future paradigm. It's always looking for the next. It's always striving. It's always looking to achieve and accomplish and acquire and, what's the other word? Attain. There you go. 4 A's, by the way. All of these accolades, that's the 5th word. All of these accolades, not realizing that it already has all the accolades. See, that just came through, by the way. That didn't come here. That came from here. The mind is always achieving, acquiring, accomplishing, or attaining accolades. 5 A's. But, or however, the mind forgets that it doesn't need to do that because it already is it. The grand paradox to reality. And most are focusing on the external, the illusion. And because they're focusing on the external, the illusion, they forget the most important aspect. Right here. And when they die, they are more likely going to come back because they will feel unfulfilled. Sure, they may have attained a lot of success in physical reality with money or with a relationship, but they forgot who they were. And the goal for every human is to remember itself through you, through the character that you're playing. It wants everybody to remember itself. That's it. You didn't come here for have kids. You didn't come here to have a husband or a wife. You didn't come here to be a billionaire or a trillionaire. Those things are extra. Those things are by choice. That's not your purpose. Your purpose was to come here to remember yourself and to help others to help themselves to remember itself. That's it. But in the process of you remembering yourself, you can have all those other things that I just mentioned. The husband, the kids, the wife, the cars, the mansions, the business, the entrepreneurship, the career. You can have all that. It wants you to have all that, but that's not what you came here for. You came here to bring forth your magic, but you came here to remember yourself first. Before anything else, you came to remember yourself, and to then live your purpose while remembering yourself, so you can help those who you're supposed to help through your art form, whatever that looks like, whether it's speaking, creating music, being an actor, being an architect, being a mechanic, being a painter, being a chef, being a mathematician, being a teacher, being a scholar, being a monk, being a priest or a pastor, being a yogi, being whatever it is that you want to be. That's your art form that you came to express God's oneness, that you are itself's oneness with everybody else. That's what everyone came here to do. It's so dumb easy now that I'm like, what the fuck is everyone doing? That's why I want to scream out to the world, even though I'm screaming out in my inner world and everybody in the process is remembering. More people are remembering than ever. Sooner or later, the tables are going to turn. Why do you think the Epstein files were released? You think that was by accident? That was by design. Because the system is starting to flip. Right? The negative polarity is going to start to be on its head. And the positive is going to be the one that's leading. So people like governments and central banks, they will... No human needed to be governed, ever. No human ever needed to be governed. But Orion, we need guidance. No, you don't. You just have to remember who you are, and the guidance will come from within. That's a real bar. Speaking of which, today is April 1st, and NASA is sending the Orion spacecraft, not some other name, but the Orion spacecraft up into the orbit with some crew members, and they're flying to the moon. Orion, remember that. Not some other name. Orion. The Orion spacecraft and the Orion program, but it's called the Artemis 2. Orion. And guess what? When they come back, guess where they're landing? Off the coast of San Diego. Hello? Orion's going to get them safely there. That's me. That spaceship is me. That spaceship is going to get them to safety wherever they need to go, and they're going to come back to Orion's homeland, San Diego, California. It's funny. All right, let me read what you all wrote. All right, let's see. People are so into these things, they just forget who they really are. There are just the roles we are playing in the world. 3,000 people laid off with a single email at 6 a.m. Employees woke up to an inbox notification telling them their jobs at Oracle was gone. Just an email from a $5 billion company with a founder. Yeah. Yep. Suhail, question for you. You like news, don't you? It's okay if you like it. There's no judgment. But what fascinates you about news? I'm curious, because, you know, that has nothing to do with anything I'm talking about. I don't care to be informed about Oracle, and that could have been a April Fool's joke. But I'm just curious, what fascinates you about talking about politics and world news? This is a channel that doesn't talk about world news. This is a channel that talks about things that are relevant to yourself. Sure, I mean, it has, like, sometimes I do talk about the Epstein files, and I do talk about things that are important, but, like, you know, I'm just curious. But you see, that right there, you know, the company, Oracle, big company, a lot of people got laid off. That's an illusion. Because if everybody who worked at Oracle knew who they truly were, do you think Oracle would exist? If you really wanted to work at Oracle and make a difference, and Oracle wanted to help you make that difference because it knew itself, there wouldn't be layoffs. That word layoff would have never existed. News, let me tell you what news does. It likes to spike people's cortisols so that they can react to drama. That's what news is, by the way. It's all about spiking your cortisol. There's obviously positive news in the world, but it's very like compressed. You can't you can find it, but majority of the networks always talk about big, like, world events, because they want your cortisol to be spiked up so that your mind doesn't have time to respond but react. And because you're going to react, you're going to not make informed decisions, and then you're going to want to spread information to others and just to infect. That's how news works. It basically broadcasts and infects everyone who listens and who pays attention and takes it in. To all the people who are working at Oracle and who actually woke up to that email, I feel sorry for you, I really do. But if you know who you are, you'd be doing this. You'd be like, I'm a whistleblower. If you don't know what that means, that's like the Illuminati symbol, but I'm a whistleblower. Jim Carrey did this on, who was it? Which talk show host did he go on and he did that? Jimmy Fallon? No, Jimmy Kimmel. He went on Jimmy Kimmel and he was doing this. I'm a whistleblower, but I'm protected. Let the Illuminati or let the covert elites come. I'll be ready for them. They have no idea what's in store for them. My 99 dimensional ship is watching and will put them in their place. That's why itself has been guiding this soul to get out into the world and basically send the antivirus out. I am the antivirus, and so are all of you. But until you continue to adhere to news and the world, you are just part of the problem, even though there are no problems. I am the antivirus to said problem. I'm here to break the system, if you haven't figured it out yet. That's what I came here to do. I came here to break the system. Let's see. Gain right information and learn lessons from it to build a better future. That's interesting. Yeah. So when you say gain right information, what's your definition of right? Just so you know, there is no right or wrong in reality. It just is. Right? Because, let's see, I just said the word right. If you think the sky is purple, you're right. It is purple. It's purple to you, right? If you say the grass is pink and you're convinced that it's pink, who can argue that? Right? You don't have to listen to anybody's opinions. If you truly believe that the grass is actually pink, if you believe that there's a guy in the sky with a book, if you believe that there's Area 51 has aliens, if you believe that there's covert elites, if you believe that the world is the problem, if you believe that certain type of people are a problem in the world, if you believe that a certain demographic of people shouldn't exist, you're right. You're always going to be right. But the thing is, what is right? What does that word even mean? The word right, normal, regular, right? What does that mean? Does right mean the normal way? But what does normal mean? Who decided what's normal? We collectively did. I didn't agree to a lot of things. In fact, there's a lot of things I don't agree with anymore. Sure, there are certain things that we socially accept, but yesterday there was an experience when I was at the mall where there was a guy, he was walking with a cane and he was doing like a zigzag in the mall with it. And he was kind of walking really fast and he cut in front of people. Now, that's not really considered socially accepted or socially acceptable behavior. But who decided what's normal or what's accepted or what's right?
I'm not saying to go be an asshole now and go and do stupid things in the world, but then again, what is stupid, right? What one person calls stupid, another person would say that it's not stupid. It's all about perspective. So for me, I would say it's not about gaining the right information. It's about feeling the aligned knowingness within yourself to make better decisions, to make a better future for yourself. That's how it's supposed to be said. I'm not here to correct people's words, but I am here to give you another perspective. You can use whatever words you want, but I'm showing you that there are better ways to say things that are actually more in alignment. It's all about alignment with me. So for me, it's all about looking at information, as we'll call it, and deciding if it's in alignment. Some things are right for people, it's not right for me. Like, people have said that, you know, the sun, here's a good one. They must wear sunglasses and sunscreen to protect themselves from the sun. So that's considered right in the world. But I don't find that right. In fact, did our ancestors use sunblock and sunglasses to protect their eyes? It's an illusion. If the sun was to damage me, or if the sun was to blind me, then I should have been blinded a long time ago. But my eyes are even stronger than they were before. Now, mind you though, like, depending on small text like that, I do have to like look a little bit, like focus. I'm locked in. When I'm squinting, it's not because I'm blind. I'm like locked into your words. Like right now, I can't see the words, but I can see that you type something, but I can't see it from here. I have to walk up to the screen to see it. But I can see from a far distance. I can see clear as day what is going on. So tell me, is the sun damaging my eyes, or am I just an alien? The sun is an illusion in terms of like creating problems. Now, here's the thing. Some people get sunburn. Some people get sun irritation. Some people are allergic to the sun. They chose their body. That's a simple incompatibility. They chose. They were born with that choice because they chose to be born with that incompatibility. Why would they do that? Because their soul wanted a unique experience. That's it. It sucks that they forgot about that, but when they know that their soul chose it, they'll be like, why would I choose something so stupid like that? Well, it's simple. You want to have a unique experience. Let me see. Because news plays an important... So there's two things. News does not play an important role in society. You play an important role. And number two, the word real and fake is also not real. I'm about to educate you, my fellow brother. News does not play an important role in society. The only reason why it's important is because everybody else has made it important. And they forgot what's really important. It's right here. This is what's most important. But Orion, if I don't listen to the news, then how will I know? You don't need to know. You just need to know that you're the answer. It's right here. But I need to know what's going on in the world. No, you don't. If you really need to know, you'll be informed. You did it just now. You made me informed about Oracle. Earlier, T-Brave made me informed about Orion, the spaceship. If it's important enough for you to know, you will be informed. You don't need to go looking for news. It will find you. So that's number one. Number two, real and fake, those words are also an illusion. It's all made up. All this is not real. Did I not tell you that this world is not real? It's all fake. Fake. You're projecting your own world into this space. It's a video game. You're logged into a server. Your character, your version of itself is logged in. And it's playing you, the character, and moving you in whatever direction. And that's using your mind. The news is not important. We've made it important. If half of the world right now were to stop looking at the news, and a lot of people stop looking at the news would be. Whew. But there's positive news, like reporting like when somebody saves a cat, or like somebody's walking an old lady across the street, or like giving back and serving a community. Like, this is good news. These are positive stuff, right? So not all news is bad, but most people, when they hear the word news, we take it from the negative connotation, because news is usually negative. North, east, west, south. That's what news is. Broadcasting in all 4 directions. But because most news stations are all negative right now, because people like conflict, if you didn't know this. People like conflict, drama, and problems. You know why? Because when it's peaceful, they are uncomfortable with that peace. And because their mind is uncomfortable with that peace, so they will create problems just so that they can have chaos in their life. Take that in for a moment. Why do you think the world is the way it is? Because a lot of people's minds simply cannot be at rest. They can't be at peace. They have to keep striving, or they have to keep competing, or they have to keep comparing in the negative sense, not the positive sense, but the negative sense. So then they have to create a conflict. They create a problem. They create drama. And other humans who are also bored because they can't be still with themselves, they go and watch that news so that they can be a part of something, so that they can feel this sense of either longing or community, that like, yeah, that's the bad guy there and that's the good guy. There is no such thing as bad or good, it just is. Do you think the universe gives a fuck about your morality? The universe is impersonal. It doesn't give a shit about anything. It just cares about your frequency. Your frequency is your state of being, your self-concept. I'm not saying to go be an asshole, be a moral person, strive for morality, but the universe doesn't care. Why do you see a lot of bad people get away with things, and good people who are doing good things always get like shitted on? We're all striving for justice. But majority of humanity is doing it in a misaligned way, because they're focusing outside. It starts here. And I said the word justice, but now I'm going to tell you the word just is. Not justice, but just is. It just is. Just is for all. Not justice, but just is for all. Do you see that I'm basically going to be a massive problem to the current world? I'm a massive problem to the current world. A problem that's going to be either I get taken out, or they're going to find a way to keep me. Because if someone like me is out in the world, it's going to start to create more ripples and chaos in order for you all to return to peace. But I came here to do that. Lord Krishna, when Lord Krishna came to earth and spoke with Arjuna, do you think Lord Krishna was going easy on Arjuna? Lord Krishna
came here to polarize the people of Earth. He wasn't all about love and light. I'm using the word Lord Krishna, but he's just Krishna to me, because he's just another brother. He's no different than you and me. Any of us, we're all the same. So when he came to Earth and he was speaking with Arjuna had to listen to what he was saying, but Krishna wasn't all about love and light and namaste. He was polarizing, just like Jesus was, just like the Buddha. The Buddha gave up a fortune to go sit underneath a tree to master all the inner demons that plagued the world and plagued his own mind. He systematically destroyed all of the demons in his mind by sitting under a tree and being present, because he knew the answer was him. He couldn't have done that without giving up his fame and fortune as the prince. He was supposed to take over as the heir, but he didn't. He walked away from that. Yogananda did a similar thing too. These are real people who lived. Yogananda just died, what? I don't know, 60s? 70s? But the point is, like, Yogananda, he also did the same thing too. So my point is, like, I came here to finish what they started. But I'm not doing this alone. I have others. I'm looking for my team. I know they're right here, but I have to manifest them in the physical. And we came here to put a stop to this once and for all. For the future generation of humans to keep going, but there will come a point in history where they're going to forget again. And we're going to repeat this cycle once again. It'll just look different. It'll look different, but it's going to be the same thing at the core. Humans forgetting who they are. That's really what this is. If every human remembered who the fuck they are, there would not be the problems that we have in the world. Who is that? Is that Deadpool? That's probably Deadpool. Let me see what he's saying. Yeah, it is Deadpool. I know what day it is tomorrow. Can I join your team? No. That's the point. Nobody can join my team because they simply have to, even asking the question is a paradox. No, you can't join my team. You'll know why I said that, and then you'll come to your own answer. Until you keep adhering to news and world politics and all this other crap that's external from you, no. I'm not interested in people who are looking at news and focusing on external. I'm only interested in people who are focused right here. Internal. There's a reason why I said no. You'll know why. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate it. I fully receive that. But it's just another day. For me, a birthday is just another day. It's a celebration of me coming into this world. It's not about
my age number. It's not about anything. It's about the experience I've been on the earth, and that I get another moment to experience it again. Most people, they celebrate their birthdays incorrectly. They go and they get a candle, they blow out their candles, and then they age themselves, not realizing what they're doing. When you get a cake and you blowing out your candles, make sure you're not being called old and you're not telling yourself you're old. You have X amount of experience on the planet. This character, this body has been on the planet for 41 years. So it's just 41 years of experience on the planet. It's not 41 years old, and don't use the word age or the word old, because those words are going to throw your ass into chaos because you're going to age yourself. There's so many people who don't celebrate their birthdays and they're in their 60s, but their bodies look like they're in their like 30s. How is that possible? Because they don't adhere to time and age and old. They don't speak words like that. That's why I keep telling every one of you to be mindful of every word that you type, you speak, you write, you think, you feel. Some people in the past, there's no such thing as past though. Some people in the past, I kept repeating myself over and over and they didn't get the lesson. And because I kept repeating myself over and over and over and they didn't get the lesson, it came to a point like, what's the point of talking? There's no point talking because it's just a waste of time. Like right now, I don't know what's being said, but I'm going to read in a moment. It better be something worthwhile. I don't want to be seeing garbage. Let's see. Yeah. See? I fooled you, didn't I? Age is but a number, it's an illusion. Don't ever judge a book by its cover, basically. Just because of someone's age number, even though that number is an illusion, doesn't make them old. The world has been programmed so backwards. I came here to unprogram this world, to free all of you from your enslavement. The majority of you are all enslaved by your mind. And itself, that is dwelling within your vessel, or not even in, it's with your vessel, because it's permeating around your body, itself is attempting to help you to remember through this version of itself. That's why each of you keep coming back here. You don't know why you keep coming here, but you do. There's a reason for you to get the fucking lesson. At this point, I don't care in what God you believe in. It's you. But remember this, that you have the power in every present. If the last set of words that I ever speak to any human, or these are the last words I would ever say, you have the power within yourself in every present moment to change your life in whatever way you choose and decide for it to be. Those would be my final words, and I'll never speak again. I'll just stare at all of you humans, and I'll watch how all of you operate in this world. Honestly, if I could, I would never speak another word again. It's just a waste of time. But the universe wants me, or God itself wants me to speak, to remind each of you of who you are.
because I chose this. I chose this path. And there's not just me, there's many others. And they're doing their part. And they're technically my team. But they and me, we're not working together. They're doing what they need to do. I'm doing what I need to do to help the world. You have the power in every present moment to change your life. If you don't believe that, then that's free will, that's your choice. But you do. It's not to some God, it's not bowing down to some deity, it's you. But if you believe that bowing down to the deity is helping you, then use it. But know that it's actually you that has to do that. You're the one that has to give the command within yourself. Whether it's Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, Shakti, Shiva, Brahma, Thoth, Shu, Jesus, Buddha, Confucius, Lao Tzu, Yogananda. Am I missing anyone? Muhammad, Abraham, Moses. Whoever you pray to, you're the one that has to pray to them. So that means you have to give the power to them, even though it's actually you giving it to yourself. But again, most humans have forgot this. Use what works at this point. As long as you're happy and you're not creating any problems in the world, keep going. But if you are the type of soul, well, if you're the type of mind who is coming here to create problems and create unnecessary noise, I'm going to stop you. I will put you in your place. I will put you on blast, and I will put you on full blast and full attention to stop your bullshit. And if you don't, well, let's just say when the time comes, your ass is going to come right back, and I'm going to just be sitting where I'm supposed to be sitting and laughing my ass off. And see, you all didn't listen. Sucks to be you. You got to go back. Because your soul will not feel fulfilled. Your soul chose to come here. And your soul chose to choose the body, the parents, the religion, the faith, the belief, the identity, the name, everything. You chose all this. I chose this, you chose this, we all chose this. But if you don't fulfill your goals or your passions before you leave Earth again, you're coming back 100%. It's not that you won't have a choice, but your soul will feel unfulfilled. And because of unfulfillment and regret, you're going to want to come back. And you're going to want to repeat. In my last lifetime, I had a lot of regrets. I had a lot of unfulfillment. So what do you think happened? Hello, I'm back here again in a different body. Because I came here to finish what I started in other lifetimes. So the same thing goes for all of you. You all think you've lived one time. Some of you may have lived one time, but some of you have lived many lifetimes. Especially if you found me, you've lived many lifetimes. You're not just a random soul, but some of you act like idiots at times. And I need to slap you silly. This is the human needing to slap the human. Or punch or kick some of you in your faces to stop your bullshit. I know, Ryan, you always resort to violence. I know. It's basically a wake-up call to just stop. Let's see. Islam isn't the truth, nor is Christianity. Those are just made-up words. It's all made up You're just defending a book because it's favorite. You could have been born Christian and you would have defended the Bible or Islamic, or not Islamic, Christianity. None of them are, they're all basically attempting to tell you the same thing. But the humans on this planet continue to choose their favorite book and their favorite thing, and then it looks like a contradiction, but there are no contradictions. Every one of the ancient people, listen, every one of the ancient like cultures, Islamic, Christianity, Hinduism, they all were attempting to tell you the same thing, but they couldn't because their words were limited. Every word that has ever been made in any language is all made up, and our language cannot explain what these things are. We can only point to it. That's the issue. It's our language. And this is the reason why I came to tell the world, you have to be mindful with the words you speak. Some of you are not going to be ready to hear that because it's gonna eat away at your mind, and your mind has completely engulfed you and your beliefs and your identity. And because you're engulfed with your mind, you're fucked right now. Because there is no truth. And even saying all truths are half-truths, that's a paradox. And even a paradox is a paradox. So really, what is it? It just is. Allah, amazing. Jehovah, amazing. Jesus, amazing. Krishna, amazing. It's all one thing. It's all one thing attempting to express itself in different names, different forms, different ideologies. That's why I said, use what works. It's not wrong, it just is. Islamic is perfect. Christianity is perfect. Hinduism is perfect. Judaism is perfect. Where it starts to get a problem is when it starts to say that you're right and I'm wrong. That is where the problem lies. They're all right. They all were attempting to share the same message using different words. What does that call? A syllable? No, not a syllable. A synonym? Whatever that is. When you're attempting to explain the same thing using different words. Basically, each of the religions were attempting to point to the top of the mountain, but they couldn't express the top of the mountain by using words. And then over the time period, everybody's mind got fucked by mistranslation. And so everybody got indoctrinated with misaligned definitions. The original source of all those teachings were attempting to point that we're all one. Allah said in, I forget what verse it is, that Allah cannot change man until he changes himself. That really means inwards. The kingdom is within. That's the same thing, just different words. The kingdom is within. Allah cannot change man until he changes himself. That's within. What did the Buddha say? How did the Buddha say it? The Buddha said some other word, other way of saying it. It's not in the mind at the moment. It'll come when it's supposed to. It's all the same. Don't get locked up with just one thing. You can defend your favorite book. You can defend it with all you want, but they're all basically saying the same thing. I'm not here to destroy any of it. I'm here to share with the world. You all need to stop creating problems. Because it's all one thing. And you've been gaslit into believing that this is right and this is wrong. No, it just is. Take away all humans on the planet right now. None of that exists. Take it away. Take away all language, all words, all concepts, all religions, all everything. It doesn't exist. Dinosaurs didn't adhere to religion. Time didn't even exist back then. We created all this stuff. It's all made up. It's all illusion. The problem is when this character is speaking, you're taking it potentially in a different way because of your level of awareness. It's all one thing. You and me are one and the same. Sometimes I wonder, why am I the same with some people though? But, you know, I'm the same with Donald Trump. I'm the same with the covert elites. You are also the same with Donald Trump and the covert elites, or the Illuminati, or your enemy, whatever enemies you may have. Even the people at school or your colleagues that you may not like, they're you. They're just another version of you. Because the word you and me and I and us are also made up. What it really is itself. Itself is expressing itself in many different forms. That's what's going on. Let's see. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. So I just explained. I hope that explanation helps. I'm not fighting either. I'm just letting you know that it's all one thing. It's right. Use it. It's like anything else. Listen, do we all like pizza? Some people, I actually ran into people who don't like pizza. Is that wrong? No, they just don't like pizza. Right? Some people, like, if T-Ray was around, he'd know what I'm about to say. Does everybody like mayonnaise on their burgers? No. I hate mayonnaise on my burgers. On a chicken sandwich, sure. On a burger, no way. No way. No way. There's no way I'd ever put mayonnaise on my burger. Fuck that. Right? It's the same thing. I know someone will say, are you making fun of my religion as some sort of flavor? No, I'm giving you an example of people, of what they like from what they don't like. We all don't like the same things. If we did, this world would be extremely boring. So that's why use whatever works. Hell, even if news is your religion, keep watching your news. If it brings you joy, keep watching it. But know that you are the answer regardless of what you do. Whatever you think, whatever you do, whatever you feel, it's always going to start and end with you. That's the answer. That's the bottom line. It can't be anything else but you. And by you, I mean itself. There you go. You don't like pizza. Then that's okay. Right? I'm not a fan of macaroni and cheese. Do you know how many people love macaroni and cheese? I can't eat it. I don't like it. There are a lot of people in the world who like liver. I hate liver. Like, it just... There are people in the world that like beef tripe. I don't like beef tripe at all. It's very gooey and like rubbery. It's like jello. I don't like it. Does that mean that I'm wrong? No, I just don't like it. Oh, but Orion, you should like everything. It's part of God. No, there are certain things in reality that you can choose to not enjoy, like beef tripe. Change your perspective on beef tripe, Orion. Sure, I can change my perspective. It's healthy, but I choose to not eat it. It just doesn't taste good. It doesn't sit well with me. It's the same thing. So like, you know, for me, I don't remember all the verses off the top of my head, but I read the Quran I read the Torah, I read the Talmud, I read the Tao Te Ching, I read the Bible, the main important points of the Bible, the Lost Gospel of Thomas, the Book of Enoch, right, the Emerald Tablet. I chose to study ancient like text so that I can be well versed in all of it and not be picking favoritism. Each one of those holy scriptures has beautiful scriptures, and they all are linking to within. Speaking of which, I'm going to take off this headband because this one is my new one and it's shorter. I don't really like it. I like my longer one. But I'm taking this one off. I'm going to put on my other one. But this one, I bought that one yesterday thinking it was going to be the same length. It's not. This one is much longer, as you can see. But this one is getting a little bit brown. And it's losing its color, but you can't really tell on the camera. See? Look, it's so much longer. I love it. It's okay. It just feels so much better. Oh my God. Every one of us has our own beliefs. I'm not here to tell anybody that their beliefs are wrong. I can't. But what I am here to do is give another perspective so that the more perspectives you have, the more you have in your tool belt to use. If I only had the kingdom is within, I mean, that's enough. But having that Allah will not change the condition of man before he changes himself, that's another perspective, right? That just goes to show you that the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Tao Te Ching, they're all the same, just using different words to explain the same fucking thing. The Bhagavad Gita, I didn't talk about the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita as well, I've read that. All of it is the same, just different words. And even though they look like a contradiction, they are not. They're actually a puzzle piece to each other. They're all an interconnected puzzle. They interconnect like this. But because majority of humanity is locked to their dogma and they're focusing on like, no, this is how it's supposed to be. I have a great example. This character's aunt, she's Christian. No, she's Catholic. And she is hardcore Catholic. But she can't see beyond Catholics. She can't see beyond Catholicism. Oh, I can't even say that word right now. Catholicism. There we go. Catholicism. That was crazy. That was crazy. She can't see beyond that because she thinks that that's the truth. And she will fight tooth and claw for her beliefs, and that's perfect. But she is not open to the other perspectives. But Orion, what about you? You're not open. Sure I am. I just said that all of them are the same. I am not locked to one thing. I am not locked to anything. I'm open. I'm able to pass through each one of them with ease. I love Allah. I love Buddha. I love Confucius. I love Krishna. I love Brahma. I love Jesus. I love Yahweh. I love them all. Blasphemy! You can't say that. Sure I can. I make the rules to my reality. And I place myself where I want to be placed. That's a bar. I place myself as the king in the board, and I call checkmate whenever I choose to. Not because of some other bullshit. I place checkmate the moment I move as the king or the knight. It doesn't matter. The bishop? No, the knight. Everyone is going to get to the same level that I'm currently at in a few years. Everyone. It's only a matter of when. A lot of the stuff is going to fall away. More people are awakening at a mass level. But it's not even awakening, it's remembering, it's returning. It's realizing, it's revealing who you've been all along. Doesn't matter your skin color, doesn't matter where you were born on the planet, doesn't matter what you've entertained as real and true. You all will eventually return back to itself. But I don't want to go back to itself. So here's the thing. I run into people who say they hate reality and they don't want to be here, but yet they get offended when you tell them that they're God and they're attached to their character. That doesn't make any sense. If you hate here and you hate humanity like I did, then why are you attached to your character? You don't want to be here, you don't like yourself, but yet if I called you out and say that you're God, your mind is going to flip a switch and say, no, I'm not, and then you're going to fight me. That doesn't make any sense. It's a contradiction. So what you can't, so which one is it? You can decide. But majority of people are like, but Oran, you keep saying majority of people, what about you? Yes, I was part of that too. I'm not above and beyond everybody. I'm simply further along, that's it. And I'm just showing, I'm basically lighting a path of what's going to happen for each of you when the time arises. You may never have to walk that path though. Some of you will, I don't want like saying you, some will not remember. By the way, Misha, are you still there out of curiosity? I don't know if you're there. I know you sometimes take a backseat and listen for a bit. Some will not listen. And those who do not listen, well, go live your life. Just don't go and create problems for other people. For those who do want to listen, know this. You have the power. It's within you right now. Look at that. 1:17. I wasn't even looking at the time. I was like, I wonder what time it is. That was intuition. Did I look at the watch at all at any time? No. I just turned and I'm like, oh, 1:17. And that number has been showing up everywhere. I don't need to talk about signs and proof anymore. This is how it works. If some of you want to listen, cool. If some of you don't want to listen, also cool. Just live your best life. I don't care how you get there. Just do it. Just make sure you're not hurting somebody in the process. So to some degree, I do care how you get there. Just make sure you're getting there in a way of peace and love and not calamity and chaos. Because you don't deserve to be in calamity and chaos. You deserve to be in peace. You deserve to be in love. You deserve to be in harmonious, like in a harmonious state. So much. So much, but so little. That needs to be done. That is required to be done. That I choose to finish. That I decided to take on. It's going to be quite the journey. I am really, really grateful that I'm where I'm at. Mentally. And emotionally. Physically right now, I'm a little... Ugh. Ugh. I gotta do my exercises just now. It's fascinating. Let's check something quickly. Okay, so I'm done with watching that. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Good song. Reset your identity, really? You just decide. Get him off of my thing. All right.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sujano.
Okay, Mr. Sujano, let me go get an apple, and we're gonna get rolling with our movement. Yeah. Let's grab that apple. You all are getting ASMR. I think 2 o'clock will start. Give or take. La da da. Perfect. I might have something else to eat, like a bagel or something. Man, I've been holding on my I have to go for the longest time. I've been holding it in. What's one, was it 226 over there? Yeah, it's 226. Well, I guess I'll be the one that flips the calendar. That's right, I'm the one. It's time. This world needs to remember who they are. I'll be right back. All right, let's see. ASMR, y'all. Oh, there is a couple of you here. All right. I'm gonna have a bagel. What? You said you're gonna work out just now. It's okay. The body will purge of it. Peanut butter. There's actually a couple croissant in here too. Today's upper body, 25 minutes. We'll crush that before 4 p.m. I really do need a pull-up bar here. I need something. That way I can practice my hangs. That's exciting. 6:24, the space shuttle Orion is leaving for the moon. I know there's going to be some conspiracy theorists out there saying they're not traveling to the moon. And it's those same people who say the Earth is flat. We live in a firmament. Well, we do live in a firmament if you entertain that idea. But it's true, Orion, we live in a firmament. We live in a dome. In this dimension, we do not. In the other dimensions, we do. That's the big difference. In other dimensions, we are a 2D, we're like a 2D character to them. I was going to put honey on this, but that's just going to make more mess. I don't really want to do that right now. Don't I look awesome with my black beard? I look awesome with my black beard again. It feels good. I'm excited. You know, those conspiracy theorists out there who are like, but Orion, we do live in a firmament. We do live in a dome. Okay. So, what is that doing for your life? It's helped me to seek the truth. Okay. And where is that taking you? Closer to who I am. Closer to who you are. And who are you? Well, my name is Sally. So you're looking for a truth that you think is outside of you, that we live in a firmament, and your name is Sally. Right. I apologize to any Sallys out there. Okay. And knowing that we live in a firmament is the truth. And knowing that the earth is flat is also the truth. Okay, cool. What is that doing for you in your life? How's that helping you? Flat Earth people, listen carefully. I'm about to bust your little myth. Do we live on a flat Earth? In this dimension, we do not. What? In another dimension, we do live on a flat Earth. In fact, the entire universe is on a disk. Let that one sink in to your third dimensional thinking mind. And if we lived on a flat Earth, then technically speaking, all terrain should be flat. And we should be flat. We should be a 2D object. Doesn't make any sense now, does it? While we're here on the third dimensional plane, the Earth is a globe. It is an orb. And you are a third dimensional character who's operating in a third dimensional plane. A 2D object cannot interact with a third dimensional object. It just looks like, what the fuck is going on? A 4D object or a 3D object cannot operate or cannot what's the word I just said there? Not operate. What's the word I'm looking for? I just said it. Interact. A third dimensional object cannot interact with a four-dimensional object. But the other way it can. So a four-dimensional object can operate with a third-dimensional object. A third-dimensional object can operate with a second-dimensional object. That's like a book. Flat page. A two-dimensional object can interact with a one-dimensional object. It's a dot. A fourth-dimensional object cannot interact with a fifth-dimensional object. And vice versa. It doesn't go this way, it goes this way. That was good, by the way. That was wonderful. I'm gonna have to put that. I have to go outside and take this when I finish this, and that there's a vitamin bottle hiding over there. I gotta take it outside. You know, this period of time was granted to me so that I can master what it is to be present and have stillness and quietness. And you can call it boredom. Not always, blah, 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 blah. Come on, character, slow down. Not always being distracted by something. Even when I'm scrolling, I'm aware of what's happening. I'm watching the character just, interact. But yesterday, we were sitting in a car for quite some time. We were not interacting with YouTube. We were not doing a lot of things. We were just talking. Looking. But Orion, looking is also distracting. Anything can be technically distracting. Even meditation can be a distraction. Even sitting can be a distraction. It all comes down to perception. Even closing your eyes is a distraction. It just, again, comes down to perception. That's wonderful. Time's ticking. Time is ticking. USB-C to HDMI. This cable supports up to 8K 60 Hz resolution, enabling stunning 8K UHD resolutions with smooth 60 Hz refresh rate and perfect audio transmission, immersing you in true cinematic enjoyment. Backwards compatible with 4K, 1440p, 1080p, and lower resolutions. Laptop, iPhone, and well, Exquisite craftsmanship. This is braided or no? This is not braided. I should have bought a braided one. I'm not going to open this. I might return this, but I have to I have to drive all the way back to the store to return this. We'll see. We'll see. Let me check something. Before I start rolling, let me just go on Amazon. This is American. Yep. That's a 6-footer. That's a 10-footer. Is that magnetic? Yeah, I didn't have to buy. I could have bought this on thing for a lot less. It's fine.
Here, your source for gaming tech emulation and open source news. Let's get started.
Yep. Rip. This is April Fool's Day.
ESP. If you're not familiar with that one, I don't blame you. This is formerly known as RPCS3. So here's their April Fool's tweet. They say, we have decided that emulating the cell processor with its bizarre architecture featuring 7 high-performance SPUs is too hard and boring. As such, we're fully shifting focus from emulating the PS3 to emulating the best console Sony has ever made, the PlayStation Portal. If you weren't already aware, this is an April Fool's tweet, but I do have an RPCS3 update. So last year, the year before, this year, the developers for RPCS3 continue to cook, and this is the latest and greatest from the RPCS3 team. They say you can now configure RPCS3's video recording on the UI. Been updated, and they've implemented Game Boy Player. And on top of that, they've already implemented fixes for the Game Boy Player. If you are interested in checking this one out and learning more about it, you know where the links are, and I'll include a link to a YouTube video showcasing this in action and it actually working. And speaking about Nintendo stuff, but switching from hardware to software and talking about game modding and YouTube videos. So the Beefy Smash dudes have a whole bunch of YouTube videos up, and they had like over 70 YouTube videos showcasing modded Smash Bros. And it turns out that Nintendo did not like those and took them down. They even got a copyright strike because of it.
Yes,
They've
they
got
did.
a relatively short YouTube video. I mean, it's not even 3 minutes long, going over the current situation, and it seems that moving forward, the Beefy Smash dudes will no longer have modded Smash videos on their YouTube page. And I am curious to see if Nintendo is okay with any of the other non-modded videos. We'll have to wait and see there, but they do have a copyright strike and they are no longer producing modded Smash Bros. Videos. Super unfortunate overall, because I don't see anything personally wrong with modding a video game that you paid for, but that's just me. And speaking about takedowns, kinda, but kinda not. Next up here, we're talking about Claude AI. And this is absolutely huge. At first, I thought it was an April Fool's thing, but it turns out it wasn't posted on April Fool's Day. It was posted right beforehand. This is real. The source code for Claude AI has been leaked. Now, what makes this even more interesting is that the code has been posted publicly to GitHub now, and I don't think it can be taken down. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I'm just a guy reading the news. But listen to this. This is the mothership of all code leaks. The code of Claude Code has been leaked. The big deal is that Anthropic is a company that prides itself in the level of security and controls they have in place. And then they ship a map file in their NPM. The other thing is that they'll have a tough time suing the guy who created the repo on GitHub, because he has essentially ported the code to Python, hence making the DMCA inapplicable here. And then the logical argument would be that nothing was hacked per se. Anthropic essentially shipped the map file themselves. The lesson here, if you are too full of how big you are, remember, the bigger they are. So taking
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Code is still up, and there's like 92,000 forks of it. So very interesting case right now. This GitHub is called Rewriting Project Claw Code, and they say here the fastest repo in history to surpass 50,000 stars, reaching the milestone in just 2 hours after publication. And it seems they are rewriting the code in Rust. If you are interested in reading up more about this one, there is a fascinating backstory on this GitHub. And they say this is a clean room Python rewrite, which, well, good luck in my opinion trying to take this one down. Now, I'm not going to lie here. I am really curious to see what happens moving forward with this one in terms of what happens moving forward with Claude and what happens moving forward for people who have Claude source code. And also what happens when people start digging into it. I mean, some really interesting stuff has already been discovered. This person says, turns out you get a better version of Claude code if you are an employee or have Anthropic email domain.
I'm watching something else too.
I engineered Claude code's leaked source against millions of tokens in my own agent logs. Turns out Anthropic is aware
sister,
of CC
Vanya.
hallucination and laziness, and the fixes are gated to employees only. And this person here says, drafted a detailed list of all hidden and unreleased features. Hail Opus, Claude Code hidden and unreleased features. Let me know your thoughts about all of this in the comments below. And, oh darn. And speaking about AI and Rust, next up we're talking about MAME. I've been sent this one a whole bunch already. There's a bunch of people worried. This, from my understanding, is a pretty good April Fool's joke from the MAME team. Feel free to check it out. They talk about future plans, AI, rewriting MAME and Rust, and all of that stuff. There's a lot here. It's written like it was generated with AI, and even more. I think it's a fantastic April Fool's post. And speaking about multiple systems, next up we're talking about gameplay. For those who are unfamiliar with gameplay, it's a front end for stuff like MS-DOS and ScumVM, Apple II, and more within.
I'm gonna name ScumVM.
So at the time of filming, gameplay version 0.61 is the latest update, and they have just added in Atari ST emulation. On top of that, they added the ability to remove games from the main list, and even more stuff. For MS-DOS, they added games. For Amiga, they added games, and even more stuff here. This one is free, it's open source, and if you're interested in learning more about it, you know where the links are. And speaking about more systems, next up we're talking about Kiwi 8. Kiwi 8 is a cross-platform chip 8 interpreter and just got a big update. So at the time of filming, version 2.0.0 is the latest and greatest update for Kiwi 8. In this update, they have added Linux builds, so Ubuntu and Debian with GTK3. On top of that, it's now compiled for ARM64 architecture, in addition to x86-64 and a whole bunch more. And speaking about even more, next up we're talking about Evercade and even more hardware from them. So we're shifting from software to hardware here, and we talked about Evercade yesterday when they were teasing the Nexus. At the time of filming and posting, the Nexus hadn't been unveiled yet, but then it was, and now we know what it is here. So it's basically an N64 handheld. Looks super cool overall and costs about $200 US. Now, surprisingly here, they had a special edition, and I say had because it's already sold out. The special edition was $230, and it came with a dual cartridge and also a custom colorway here for the buttons and stuff. So the dual cartridge contained Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. Now, I say it's basically an N64 handheld because it's not technically an N64 handheld. I mean, if you take a look at the cartridge slot here, they are not N64 carts that plug into this. They are the custom Evercade carts. So I'm really curious to see what the overall lineup is going to be. How many?
Just wanted to see what he's
but overall, it looks
like
like
what he's talking
really
about today.
interesting handheld. Now, some people may point out, why does this have two joysticks when it's focused on the N64? Kinda. And the reason here is because it's way more compatible than just N64-ish stuff. I mean, taking a look, it does have a vertical mode. It's compatible with probably the entire library for Evercade. It's got a bigger screen here than their other devices, and I think people who just like Evercade games in general may like this device. I mean, arguably here, not even a hard argument, I would say Evercade has a pretty awesome library already.
The problem is
I'm
like,
really curious to see what else.
because April Fool's is now become something in society, you never know what news is actually being taken seriously and which one isn't.
They get now that they've got the Nexus. If you've got any thoughts or predictions or wishes, let me know in the comments below. And speaking about new hardware and costs,
I'm not going to let you in the comments below.
Now, this announcement was made during April Fool's, but it's not an April Fool's announcement. It's a real announcement. There's a brand new Raspberry Pi being offered and also more price increases. So they say here, a new 3GB RAM Raspberry Pi 4 for $83.75 and more memory-driven price increases. So at the time of filming, the Pi 4 is available in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8GB variants. If you're looking for 16 gigs, you got to jump up to a Pi 5, and you're going to pay. So taking a look here, the Pi 4 and 5 4GB variant is going up $25. The Pi 4 and 5 8GB variant is going up $50. And the Pi 5 16GB variant is going up $100. Now, it's worth noting the price increases are not limited to just the Pi 4 and 5 here. The Pi 500 Plus is going up $150. The Pi 500 is going up $50. The compute modules for 4 and 5 are going up as well, and the dev kit for the compute module 5 and the Raspberry Pi AI hat is also going up. Now, unfortunately, it just seems across the board everything nowadays is getting more expensive, but there may be light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know how long that tunnel is going to be. The Pi team says here, we've said a number of times now that memory prices won't remain at their current very high level indefinitely.
Duh.
When they start going down, they will reverse
Everything
their price increases, and
is temporary. Come on.
limit their impact in every way they
Like,
can. And speaking about
people think that, you know, this memory shortage thing is going to be a forever thing. Y'all keep forgetting that things change like every friggin' day. It's like gas prices, right? Things are eventually going to come back down. It's just a matter of when. It's all temporary.
Sales. Next up, we're shifting from software to hardware and talking about Crimson Desert. And this is a pretty impressive milestone. Crimson Desert was just released, and they're already reporting that Crimson Desert has sold through 4 million copies worldwide. That's a pretty awesome milestone. If you're a fan of the game, you might be excited about that news. And speaking about games that have sold well, next up we're talking about Mario Party 4. And it appears that people are working on a Mario Party 4 decompilation.
Mario?
Things seem to be going
Nice.
very well.
Mario.
So at the time
That's a
of
new one. Mario.
Alpha version 0.
What up, Mario? Mario.
Now this is a pre-release, and there's probably
Mario Party. Blah, blah, blah. Mario Party. Mario.
But at the same time, I mean,
It's
this is
Mario.
really exciting for people who are a fan of Mario Party 4 looking for an unofficial PC port.
It's okay.
And
I
speaking
butcher my
about,
words all the time, too.
Unofficial PC ports. Last up here, we're talking about GoldenEye 007. And listen to this, the GoldenEye PC port is finally here. You can play it right now. You just need to provide your own legally acquired GoldenEye N64 ROM. So taking a quick peek at their website here, and it does appear that this will run directly in a browser. However, it's not complete just yet. They say here this is a source port of GoldenEye 007 from N64 to PC.
What the fuck is the purpose of that? You still have to provide your own damn game. That's still on your computer. There's like no difference to playing that versus playing on like a emulator.
PC it's 75% decomp and 25% recomp, as the game hasn't yet been fully decompiled. Still pretty exciting in my opinion. But anyways, that is all I've got for you in this one. Straight
to the point. All stuff and no fluff.
Hopefully, don't get fooled too much today out there for April 1st, and hopefully it goes okay for you. We talked about a bunch today. Feel free to discuss anything we talked about
in the comments down below.
If you like this video,
leave a like. If you didn't like this video, leave a like.
Hit that subscribe button.
Check out my other videos. Don't tempt fate. Save your state. Please do tempt your fate, so I can crush your state. Please. Please tempt fate so I can crush your state. That would be awesome. What's this?
Cheeseburger, level 1.
Why is this on my feed?
I'll show you next level cheeseburger.
4 beef patties. He's actually making it. So this is like, oh, damn. Damn, son. No way. No way. Oh my God. He put more cheese? Yo. That's like a fucking heart attack right there. Oh my God. He had to use a spoon to eat that.
Cheeseburger, level 1.
An average human body, 70% of water. Bayashi's body, 40% cheese. 3 things Bayashi can't live without. Cheese, cheese, and more cheese. Excuse me, sir. There is a burger in my cheese. That's so funny. He is scared of a heart attack. Heart attack is scared of him. I just love these comments. It's just funny. Oh my God. Well, there's two synchronistic moments here. 171 likes with 17 comments. 171. I like it. I'll have to ruin it now, though. Let's scroll through. Not bad. Okay, it is 2 o'clock. I said that I wanted to get things started by 2, so let's get rolling. She's already like hitting the mark at age 4. It's crazy. Listen to Vegeta's speech.
Everything else is just a delusion for the weak.
Ooh, let's hear this speech.
Strength is the only thing that matters in this world.
Well, authenticity.
It's just a delusion for the weak. There's only one certainty in life. A strong man stands above and conquers all. Strength is the only thing that matters in this world. Everything else is just a delusion for the weak.
Man, it's so interesting.
A strong man stands above and conquers all. Strength is the only thing that matters in this world. Everything else
Is just Strength is the only thing in this world.
Getting right back in the mood. I live my
If you remember one video today, let it be this. The CEO of ChatGPT was asked what is the one trait of people that are most successful. It wasn't hustle, it wasn't grind, it wasn't spreadsheets and strategy or whatever the internet is worshiping this week. It was the ones who walk through life like a bow-drawn huntress, so sure.
Noise. More noise. Lots of noise. Let's go, legend. Let's go. The time draws near. It draws very, very near and upon us. Oh. It draws near. I alone have the strength. Very good. We're gonna get ready to do our play out. Man, I was thinking this headband was gonna be longer, but it's not. Or maybe I have to stretch it out more. What? What? Go time, people. I need to return this on sometime next week. Hi, man.
started affecting everything. My balance, my posture.
But he cocked it behind his head like he was going to tomahawk it. And then he's like, I changed my mind on the tomahawk. And then I come to
Walter, no. We are only here for the kibble. You already have a mountain of toys at home. Don't argue with me in front of these nice people. Put the lobster back, we're leaving. I'm so sorry. He thinks he's... Walter, no. Put it back. We are only here for the kibble. You already have a mountain of toys at home. Don't argue with me in front of these nice people. Put the lobster back, we're leaving. I'm so sorry. He thinks he's... Walter, no. Put it back. We are only here for the kibble. You already have a mountain of toys at home. Don't argue with me in front of these nice people. Put the lobster back, we're leaving. I'm so sorry. He thinks he's...
Look at those kids. Look at them kids watching the Dragon Ball episode.
If your feet are tired of heavy, stiff shoes, this is your sign for an upgrade. Zero drop, lightweight, breathable. They are so comfortable.
Manifestation is nothing more than shifting your internal state so that you don't depend on an external reality for your emotional state. That's all it is. So manifestation has nothing to do with you physically seeing something. It has to do with you emotionally, mentally, energetically. You don't need that thing to be enough. You don't need that thing to be validated. You don't need that thing to be accepted. So think about how much easier it is now to manifest something. You can manifest it instantly. I don't have to see it in my physical world. Because here's the paradox. When you become the version of you who doesn't need it anymore, you won't need it anymore. And when you don't need it anymore, that is when you are moving in the same frequency as the version of you who has it. And that's how you start to bring it into physical reality. Manifestation is nothing more than shifting your internal state so that you don't depend on an external reality for your emotional state. That's all it is. So manifestation has nothing to do with you physically seeing something. It has to do with you emotionally, mentally, energetically. You don't need that thing to be enough. You don't need that thing to be validated. You don't need that thing to be accepted. So think about how much easier it is now to manifest something. You can manifest it instantly. I don't have to see it in my physical world. Because here's the paradox. When you become the version of you who doesn't need it anymore, you won't need it anymore. And when you don't need it anymore, that is when you are moving in the same frequency as the version of you who has it. And that's how you start to bring it into physical reality. Manifestation is nothing more than shifting your internal state so that you don't depend on an external reality for your emotional state. That's all it is. So manifestation has nothing to do with you physically seeing something. It has to do with you emotionally, mentally, energetically. You don't need that thing to be enough. You don't need that thing to be validated. You don't need that thing to be accepted. So think about how much easier it is now to manifest something. You can manifest it instantly. I don't have to see it in my physical world. Because here's the paradox. When you become the version of you who doesn't need it anymore, you won't need it anymore. And when you don't need it anymore, that is when you are moving in the same frequency as the version of you who has it. And that not only is comfort reasonable.
So I have a confession. My whole adult life, I have wanted to be married. I've wanted a husband. I've wanted to be a mother. However, I only recently realized that I believed that when I get into that committed marriage relationship, I believe that that's when I'll be fully happy.
No, you're fully happy now.
And I really think that my entire adult life I've been holding back a little bit, almost like a bridle on myself of thinking like I couldn't possibly be fully happy until I have that. You know, that's when I'm the fully baked cookie version of Lindsay Sterling. And it's crazy because looking back on it, I have had beautiful times when I've been in relationships where I'm super happy, but I've also had extremely fulfilling, happy, wonderful, lush times of life when I've been completely single. And the thing that I've been like not maybe allowing myself to fully lean into it and realize how beautiful my life was because I was missing this thing I thought I realized and fully happy now, and it has been like, it's been magical. I still want a partner. I still think I'll find it in life, but I really, really believe for the first time probably ever that if I am laying on my deathbed and I never got married and I never was a mother, I will still live an incredibly rich, full, happy life that I'm so, so grateful for, and I'm done waiting for someone else to make me think that I'm worth it and make me think that, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'm happy right now. And I just want to challenge you to think about, is there something in your life that you are holding as this dangling carrot of that will make you happy? You know, is it a relationship? Is it like when you get your dream
I'm
job?
glad you came to that realization because
Status. Like, if you are holding on to that, like I've been for way too long, like there is such a relief in letting it go. Because guess what? You have everything right now that you need to be there.
exactly. Yes, you do.
So I have a confession. My whole adult life, I have wanted to be married. I've wanted a husband. I've wanted.
It is so hard.
And guess what? Your hubby is here. Right here, honey.
Peter Griffin.
Oops.
Wanted to be a mother. However, I only recently realized that I have believed that when
I'm glad you came to that realization, babe. Now you know. And you and I are on the same page. Now, aren't we? Alright, gotta get rolling. Ooh. I just realized the microphone was away from my mouth, so I went to use the bathroom, and yeah. Oh well. They made a laptop now? For real? No way. Whoa. What the fuck did I just watch here? Red Magic Blaze. What the fuck did I just watch? Okay. Does nobody else have this gaming laptop? I like it. Okay. Ugh. All right, we're gonna get rolling with this. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 2 degrees Celsius.
It's cold. Well, I mean, in comparison to what we've experienced, I mean, that's technically warm. But what we experienced during the wintertime, this is warm. But what we've experienced as of late, this is cold. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Soon I can retire these pants and start wearing my main pants. And that main pants will be my new workout pants. And the pants I bought yesterday will be my outing pants. All right, y'all. For those who want to join me, this is going to be 25 minutes upper body, 5 exercises, 5 body parts, shoulders, back, biceps. I think biceps, no, it's shoulders, back, chest, biceps, and then triceps. And then we have a push-up finisher at the end. But for those of you who do not have dumbbells, can you do this workout? Absolutely. You'll be doing a lot of push-ups though. When we do shoulders, because we're starting with shoulders, you're going to be doing pike push-ups. So like this. And the closer you bring your hands towards your body, it becomes a little harder, but you also get a little bit of an added benefit of, targeting your hamstrings. Then we move on to back, and back you'll be doing standard push-ups. Now, notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. We got standard push-ups here. Then we have, for chest, wide push-ups and diamond push-ups. So wide push-ups, notice my elbows, they flared out further from the body. The further they are, they target your chest, and that'll target your outer portion of your chest. Diamond push-ups target your inner portion of your chest. That's split in the middle. So when we get the chest, we're going to start with, I would suggest to start with wide, then do diamond, then wide, then diamond, and then the last exercise in the chest section is actually going to be wide push-ups. So for us who have dumbbells, we're going to be using the dumbbells, and we're going to be doing their push-ups with the dumbbells. For those who do not have dumbbells, you will be just doing standard push-ups, or you're going to be doing standard wide push-ups. Basically, you're doing wide push-ups without dumbbells. That's what I meant to say. Then we move on to biceps, and you're going to be doing narrow push-ups. So standard, narrow, standard, wide, standard, narrow. And narrow push-ups, they target your biceps and your triceps. Now here's the thing, when we hit triceps is interesting because a lot of the push-up variants that I just showed can target your triceps. For example, diamond push-ups target not only your split in the middle of your chest, the inner chest, it also targets your triceps. Standard push-ups also targets your triceps. Narrow push-ups target your triceps. Pike push-ups technically target your triceps a little bit more up here. Wide push-ups, it doesn't really target your triceps. There is also another variant that you can do, reverse push-ups, where you bring your hand like this and you're pushing, and that targets actually your biceps and your triceps. Now, when you're doing it, you want to make sure your hands are sort of in an angle, like it's not directly back like this, but like kind of on an angle, like at a 45-degree slope, and you're going to go down and you do it, and your forearm and your triceps are also going to get hit, and your shoulders as well. So I might change it up today. I might show you a different variant while we go at it, but other than that, if you're ready, let's dive right into it now, people. All right. We're starting with shoulders. Let's go. Of course, I'm going to take it easy with my shoulder press today. Upright rows. Very good. So remember, there's 5 exercises, 5 body parts. So we're on exercise number 3. So we're doing Arnold press. Nice. .45-degree chest press, or not chest press, shoulder press. Very good. Shoulder shrugs. Very good. We're moving on to back now. So standard push-ups. So narrow, standard, wide, standard. Alternating bent over rows. Very good. All right. This one's called Good Morning. So you're basically putting the dumbbell on back of your neck and going down, but because of my new configuration for my dumbbells, I have to hold it in front like this, and I have to bend like this. Okay. Bent over wide rows. So instead of holding it like this, you're gonna hold it like this. Ooh, the next one, dumbbell swings. So dumbbell swings target basically your spine all the way down. Like every move is going to be engaged. Like every body part, from your lower spine, from your mid spine, I should say, all the way down. It will be targeted. We're doing renegade rows. Keep your stance wide here. You're gonna go down for a push-up, come up, bring the dumbbell up, come back down, and do this. Okay. We're gonna be doing reverse grip chest press. So you're holding it like this. This targets technically your triceps as well. And then we're gonna do standard chest press. So for those of you who do wide push-ups right now, now we're doing standard chest press. Cool. Shake it out. Diamond press. Ooh. Okay, wide push-ups. All right, y'all. Biceps, narrow push-ups. So biceps, you can do narrow or reverse, but I would do narrow. Drag curls. So drag curls, you're just you're dragging up your dumbbells like this way. Alternating twist curls. Yeah. When we do triceps, the first exercise will be dips. If you don't have a chair, sofa, table, bed, something to hold yourself up when we do dips, you can be doing this with your fist. If you don't have any dumbbells, you have dumbbells, but you have nothing near you, you will be doing it with your fist or your dumbbells. So we're doing single dumbbell curls. Yeah, after tomorrow, we will be well, we're on our last 30 days, so it's fascinating how the stream is getting busier, and I'm about to end this stream. can't be on this stream for forever, you know? Crossbody curls, by the way. The last couple of days, like, lots of people has been on. Where were all of you 6 months ago, huh? Not bad. Hammer curls. Last of the biceps. Awesome. All right. Triceps. Let some fresh air in the room. So dips. I have a sofa, so I'll be using it. I can also use, you see the green bar by the mattress here? I can use that too. Use whatever you have around. Very good. Skull crushers. Ooh. HIIT press. So you're basically, it looks like a chest press, but you're curling in the dumbbells like that. So that targets your triceps. Narrow push-ups. You're gonna be doing push-up finishers shortly, y'all. So after this one, we have overhead extensions. Overhead extension. Ah, you're doing good. Ooh. All right. Wide push-ups, standard push-ups, narrow push-ups, diamond push-ups. 10 seconds each, 40 seconds, and I'll tell you when to switch. Go. Switch. Switch. Yeah. Switch. Did it. All right. Oops. I didn't mean to click that one. This is with our brother and our sister, both of them. I'll do all my stretches and all that afterwards. So this is called high crunch or prayer crunch. Remember to keep your gut sucked in, pull, like contract your core, bring in your belly button into your spine. Sitting cross crunch to the right. You're gonna bring your elbows to your left knee. You're gonna lean back a bit and really contract your obliques, your side ab muscles. Remember to breathe through your nose or from your mouth. Just breathe. switch. You can bring your left elbow to your right knee now. And then you're contracting your obliques to the left. We got everything we need right here. Even wife was saying that in her video. And she came to that realization. It's right here. Leg switches. You can keep your hands to the side or underneath your butt. I'm gonna keep it to the side. When you keep it to the side, it forces you to engage your core even more and to have core stability, because you can either be wobbling to the left or to the right. Whereas keeping your hands underneath your butt, it prevents you from wobbling, but makes it a little bit easier. Lean back pulses. One, two, three, crunch, hold. So on the third one, you hold for like 1 to 2 seconds. 1, 2, 3, hold. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, hold. 2. 1, 2, 3, hold. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, hold. 1, 2, 3, hold. Side crunch reaches. So you're in a tabletop tuck here, but you're not tucking your knees towards your face or your chest. You're reaching with your hands to the opposite side. So I have the door open right now, getting some really cold, fresh air in here because the room required some fresh air. Straight leg sit up. I'm gonna stretch a little bit here. I'm not gonna go fully down, but let's see. There we go. We did it. Bicycle crunch. hope my brother them are really taking advantage of Japan. I'm sure they're having the time of their life, which is amazing. But I really trust that they feel like time is going slow there, so that they're getting the full of it. So I just moved myself to San Diego on the chessboard of life, making 8 figures a month, soon 9. We're doing side plank reach throughs to the right. So instead of dips, we are going to tuck, and we're going to switch sides. Yeah. They said California, see? Anytime they say California, you know. I definitely will be traveling to Northern California, see it for myself. Just during the summertime. I've actually experienced California in the wintertime. Like, Julian, California. I experienced like temperatures like this right now, like 2 degrees, -1. Yeah, California, -1. Up in the mountains though, and they had snow. I'm like, wait a minute, am I in Toronto? What the fuck's going on here? And then of course that same day, I went down from the mountains and it was like 23 degrees in San Diego. I'm like, what the fuck? I went from hot to cold. Well, I left in the morning, it was a little bit cooler in San Diego. I went from cool to extreme cold to then hot. Julian, California is about an 1.5-hour drive, give or take. Our boy cut our hair a little short yesterday, but you know what? It's all good. It's better that it's a little shorter. Whew. Hell yeah, y'all. Main quest and side quests are done. I'm making sure I don't tweak my spine too much. Did I do this one? That's with just Tiff. This is when she started coming back on the camera for the first time in over like 4 years. She did what, maybe 2 playouts with Dan, and then Dan for like 3 years it was just a dance channel. And then I'm like, oh shit, she's back. I'm their hype man. I'm their hype man. That's who I'm known as. Their ultimate hype man. Hey, Mom. Yeah, I'm their ultimate hype man. Hype man in the house. Problem is now, like, it's a little hard to get a hold of them because they're so busy. And they have so much more, like, things going on their schedule. I even told them, like, hey, you know, I have a new name and everything now. If you see a character named Orion Stellar, that's who it's me. Okay. So, main quest, side quest done. Now 55s and optionals are going to be done. But before I start those, I'm just gonna take this to the front. Whew. Just picking up some leaves outside. Soon we go from shoveling snow to cutting grass. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what the hell to expect come. I have no idea what to expect come May 1st, a month from now. It feels like a death to some degree, that it's over, the dream is over. No, it's just the beginning. I'm ready. I'm ready to be out in the limelight. I'm not afraid anymore.
We are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission because obviously we're not landing with this mission, and so they actually
266,000 people.
kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye, and so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis 2 crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists
minus 3 hours.
How to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier.
How about we see what's on the other side of the moon?
Take all the pictures, take all the observations, write
NBC,
down,
like,
talk
because you know,
about their observations, and record
a lot
as
of people.
much data as we possibly can.
So a lot of people right now believe that there is, on the other side, on the dark side of the moon, that there is a, let's just say there's shit happening on the other side of the moon that they're not telling us.
Support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon.
They're getting
So
ready.
They're going to have communication. You know, they're just going to have a, I think, 45+ minute blackout while they're, while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes, and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis 2. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem.
Not
by
just
singer
America,
Ann Wilson.
it's also the entire world. No. Oh, say, can you see? Yeah, here we go. See? That's definitely the country. This is now my national anthem. I mean, every anthem is mine. I used to take pride in like national anthems. Well, I tuned in at the right time. They prove that our flag was still there. Well, this is going to be cool. The free and the home of the brave. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation
We're a world of
curious
explorers.
minds, and to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Some people still believe that
It's exciting.
we never went to the moon.
We do want to be the leaders in exploration collaboration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations, and that's why we have
Thank you.
European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, you know, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want
See?
to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually. And
Good
so
job.
We're going to get to the moon first, and you can't do that alone.
You can't do that alone.
Again, singer Ann Wilson for that beautiful rendition, again reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all.
The astronauts are getting ready.
Inside the white room, with the closeout crew, again backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there.
Wow, that's
Just outside
that's
in the white
crazy.
room, which
Look,
is right
look at
outside.
them. Oh shit.
Orion there.
Orion, they're in my, they're inside.
As you can see, they've
They're
dimmed the
inside of
lights a
me.
little bit. The crew has the opportunity to
You're gonna be hearing my name a lot.
set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit. Again,
You know
just so
what? I
that
don't
they
think
can
this should
get
be copyright. So
it's kind of like when we are on a plane and you have the opportunity to.
you all may as well watch this with me.
Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, you know, the tablets.
So I'm gonna do my thing in the background.
They're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the 2 hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system.
The Orion capsule.
Shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch, and it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will
I think she meant to say altitude, not attitude, but
and get them into a splashdown.
it could be incorrect.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was 2nd grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California.
California, my home.
This as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it?
That's pretty cool.
Just across the river right now from Artemis, we can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket, just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
And very happy. Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That
Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
Have fun.
What? Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a nice trip?
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with a spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, Zero Gravity Indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like
See, Orion, California, San Diego.
a map. Your favorite toy? Really? Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there, and we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise. And then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise. And so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain their orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Wow.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts.
Wow. We got Canada, we got Andre, and that's my former name. And we're also having Orion. This is meant for me. We got Canada, America.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020, mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through.
This is wild. We got Orion, we got Andre, we got California, we got Canada, we got America, we got California, I said, and it's gonna land back in San Diego. Wow, this is definitely meant for me to watch.
Still going quite smoothly here from firing room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released at right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system. Should the astronauts need the LAS, this would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors, which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, pass through that area and soak the place. Certainly rain is a possibility. Spotty showers from time to time. But overall, the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw, certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, We all really, 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 really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really, really, really like that. And we really, really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan. We are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity in the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascent today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis II crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Tracking Annex, located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay annex, tracking and data relay satellites which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory, and of course these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Friedling, expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now. But now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
So much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague, Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration, and so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis II crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons. She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
Go ahead. Command DBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
Again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working, and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at Splash
splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So they're going to stay lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan, you've come now from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesko here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Saku, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
Actually, I applied for the Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launch pad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first Black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe, and we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback. Aux 1 voltage 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore, and so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
OTC ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the science officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
And it has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting, and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learn during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science, from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface, and then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples matched to the crew, so we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us, but first we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nick. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, she talked about, made a really great point about, the human eye can pick things out that, that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, that's a really cool experiment. They took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is
impressive.
Feels like scientific, sci-fi movie stuff. But, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. We got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva. You can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so, again, her energy just so... oh my God, I can't find the word. So
wonderful.
Awesome. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so, Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got him. I see him being asked.
And CDR OTC or Earth 1?
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, these are actually pretty similar to, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. We have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere. And then, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you get set back in your seat and the G forces are into your chest.
CDR OTC or Earth 1?
Go ahead.
Moon leak check complete. The cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. So the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch. And often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces. And especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home. So slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
incredible. So you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces. And so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right. Now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here in Florida. And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done your freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff. That's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
oh, no way,
was,
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us, so hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis II mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis II is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis II mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures, and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and competence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on, so let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan, and we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. The flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go and go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range.
And speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked to, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport. And so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. It's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife.
I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps. Right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Sure. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical. And I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment. And that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you. And that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination. And I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn. And I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal is out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
One hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis II launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic launch pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama, but here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great chat. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now
see
they
us.
know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys for showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out. You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the last is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, we have the crew module, and then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the white room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty white room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch, that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis 2 to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis 2 hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
I was going to say, we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right hand, Christina in your upper left hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet, but again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off.
Flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah. Ours is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, it's a fun Fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team. One team.
One team.
One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, we, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's
San Diego, California.
Oh, that one too.
Young explorers, yeah.
Yes, yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. I was a serious little kid with really high goals and just kept working hard and never got bumped off the path and ended up here. I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same. The crew has.
Now we have San Diego.
So, absolutely, Nicole.
So much alignment with this.
Hopefully, only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis 2 test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis 2 crew is set to launch today will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis 2, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom's Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into 2 categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which will be called out by Capcom's Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3 engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket, and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's
117. Look at that. And look, they just said San Diego.
For this abort option. An AOA option continues to be.
They just said San Diego. This live stream has been very aligned with Orion, with Canada, with London, Ontario, with even my previous name, and with San Diego, California.
23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in Mission Control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way
MS1,
and make sure
NTV,
all systems are
Orion
go
MS1.
for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. All right, stand by 1 second.
That's their noise, not the live stream.
Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints, clear board here.
That's me flying. I'm that rocket.
So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's got to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. Have you heard a big rumble? As soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and, you know,
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11. Yeah, 11. I'm very excited. Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I mean, I don't know. Probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends, you know.
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? Yeah. So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them. I think all of them, except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close. And then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably. And so, they're working the closure here. And working those connections, and you can see, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that isn't supposed to be there. And really, then at that point, it's just all 4 of the crew member, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah, and then eventually that crew access arm will move away, and then it'll really just be them up on top of that rocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights. And so there was a moment where I realized that it was just us, 100 and some odd feet up and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering to yourself, how did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew, again, bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look for teams who are remotely watching these operations closely. Again, verifying that things are as they should be before the crew starts, the closeout crew starts leaving the white room. You see them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the white room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5. Number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like, all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there.
Mm-hmm.
That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, a gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the white room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. There's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch. And once they get to orbit, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've got, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
going through what's next.
And so as we say that, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis II is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis II is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration. My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis II mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer. Kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flight wheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flight wheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we just heard in that package. I am interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious. And now I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but it's just kind of a dried powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package they put a straw on the top septum portion there, and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes. Yeah, actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so actually the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So
let's pull
space
it back
food
up,
is space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can use the food that we have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You know, you can see I've got this is a soup, tomato basil soup, so thermal stabilized. It's already hydrated, so you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's, you know, irradiated, so it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. This is probably my favorite one. But
are we eating it?
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out.
Yeah.
With what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against, you know, radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually the trick, Ann McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space. It would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu is pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station, and then as you saw, pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
Again, not really a question.
Yeah.
Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on space station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but yeah, lasagna's not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, you know, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
You know, we mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. for the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting.
Yes. Exciting is an understatement, I think.
That's
true. We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time. It's important.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked with them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together and not just in a vacuum at home, you know?
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis II crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews before them, they gathered around a table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject, because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue or is there an issue with the battery itself? So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait till the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Two of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have detached the white room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the white room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis II crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the last as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His 2 daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis II pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020, pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis 2.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
And
community
CDR,
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD.
There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NCD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of
London, Ontario is where I used to live too. Do you see all the alignment?
First Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12, 1981. Then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis 2 with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system in the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis 2 is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR NTD
to achieve them.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L-minus time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis 2 flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronauts Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
So much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the Moon Board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially, what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again, and then they will it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the proximity operations demonstration, and this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, and the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is, again, going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis II crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by
breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launched, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis 2 crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis 2 crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis 2 astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis 2 astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis 2 crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis 2 crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon, to go around. I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever, talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis 2.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center, the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go. Right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Panakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go. And right over here,
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow. Yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing. And I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch. And now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis 2 set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis 2 is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now. So getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window. And take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
250 years ago, 13 colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark, and we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos, and we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars. And a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward. But American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what we've done, but what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best when it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world into the future.
"22 minutes, 15 seconds and counting from Artemis 2, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. The crew has said this often, that they hope it inspires children around the world. And recently, a group of kids here at Kennedy Space Center got a surprise of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad.
Tell me what color it is. And who's going to be on that rocket? We're going to be on that rocket.
I could make it a little bit longer. Did you see it? Okay, so everybody's looking at the rocket because it is kind of cool and impressive. One of the coolest things happening over there right now, though, is it's on top of a giant tractor.
Doesn't all food come in like tubes? It's in these like little plastic bags. You have to like rehydrate it. Sushi. There's not. I haven't seen sushi in space. It's probably hard to keep that corrupted sushi mashed together.
My favorite part was this one little girl. She had a question. She had patiently held her hand for a long time, and Christina turns to her and says, "Okay, what's your question?" She just goes, "I forgot." It was like, that's a perfect little kid moment. I just love.
Wait, are you my mother's cartoon astronauts?
Say that again?
Never mind. It's a little hard to say. Go Artemis!
These two? Yeah. What did I Yeah.
There you go. I like your dabbing astronaut back there.
It's just so fun to see the enthusiasm, the energy, and a little bit of chaos.
3, 2, 1.
Wasn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement and, you know, even just being real. Like, I don't remember what I was
I know,
gonna
he
ask.
goes, but I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there probably an hour ago, and now take a look at all the people there getting ready to witness history together. It's something really special to be able to witness something like this together.
Yeah, you know, we've heard from celebrities and officials and kids, and, you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to Florida to watch. So it's something, it's hard to put into words, just how much support for this mission we're seeing today.
And great news too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
Yes, it's exciting.
U.S. Space and Rocket Center here, Huntsville, Alabama, waving to the Artemis 2 crew sitting right there inside Orion. Inside of 20 minutes from the opening of our launch window, and right now we are targeting the top of that launch window, so we could be launching here in about 19 minutes, Nicole.
Wow, I don't know if I expected this today. I'm excited, and, you know, I'm glad they were able to clear the problem with the battery on the LAS, and everything has gone really smoothly today. It's been great. The weather cleared up. It's a beautiful day for a launch.
And so now, as we are so close to possibly launch now, just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years?
Yeah, you know, just so proud of the crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. You know, they are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era. And, you know, as the crew likes to say, they want to be the shoulders that the next generation
And let's see, GLS, can you help us with that, please?
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
001.
You know, I think it's in their patch. We're going for all. It's in the name of their capsule, integrity, representing humility and the professionalism of everyone that got them there today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them. And we cannot wait to see what they see.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo now to the launch pad here, 39B, with Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books. And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today. And so with that, as we approach terminal count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in firing room 1. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry. One of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window. And that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch. And these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis 1 when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding. And so now I'm listening to the launch team get ready to merge their operational channel. We're now entering one of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD, N212 for comm check?
Good, comm. How me?
I hear the same. STC?
2.
GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding the NASA test director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints, but we need confirmation from each individual on the NASA test director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L minus 12 minutes.
CCL, OTC, Orion, RS1.
CCL.
Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Orion, RS1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with CIS and with MER manager regarding the observation the CIS had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a CIS or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
CLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE, OTC. CVSE 400 290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004. S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see. LPE NTD?
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by. Let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So
Ooh, let's go.
They also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS has reported too, they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you...
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, yeah, you only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
GTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Cruise go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good Air Voice Charlie, PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going in work.
Copy. CVSE, NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR, NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system, and they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety
GLS is go for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines, which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them Shuttle Heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
Which one am I watching?
1 minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Hey, there they go.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Yay!
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark.
Wow.
We see throttle down. Confirmed separation.
Wow.
Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. Minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Holy shit.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Wow.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes. Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown. Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time.
Oh, yeah.
Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark.
The fuck is the hell's
Now
going on
84
there?
miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open. AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated. We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad. Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves, we're now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed, complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
"13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis 2 lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. We've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you feel as someone who, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. Man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. They are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old, just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, and it kind of surprised me as well. But it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the FCDEM.
We copy, Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis 2 mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity, any words on that momentary prop caution? And Reed, no action, we're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard Integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course, the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. Successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone, and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones.
Yay! Look at Orion go. Look at me go.
Option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option.
Shit, I just realized the live stream's almost done. 15 more minutes.
Will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, Integrity Houston, update on Tidra's handover for your pad. Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it like this, ready to copy. Roger. Tidra's handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes, 26 seconds.
right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 Teedros east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee raise burn that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our aero visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here.
That's awesome.
The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying. From this visualization, they look fully stowed in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
In Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed.
This is so awesome.
Preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting.
What's up, dude? I'm watching Orion. Look, it's me. That's me. That is me, Orion. Thank you, by the way, for telling me about this. I watched the entire live stream. You want to play? The live stream's almost done in like 7 minutes.
Separation and a good trajectory to begin today's mission. Right now, the spacecraft has maneuvered tail to sun. We're standing by for another maneuver to maneuver into.
Sounds good. By the way, that's Sunamod.
This is where the
So there's our dude.
The ICPS is pointed in the correct orientation for the perigee raise maneuver. We did hear confirmation that the perigee raise maneuver time.
I'm just subbing to another account because he told me that there's another guy that's working on the Sunamods as well for Echo S9, and he needs the same help. So I'm like, okay, I got him. I'll support him too. His name is the Official Crane.
Capcom Stan Love reading up to.
By the way, they have something called Capcom here. They also have Capcom. So, a couple things, bro. On this, I'm gonna mute this for a moment. And I'm gonna mute the Sunamod since I'm watching him in the background. So there's Canadians here. One is from London, Ontario, which I lived. This is named Orion. There was a guy named Andre. There is obviously San Diego repping here because it's going to be also when they come back they're going to land in the ocean near San Diego. The person who who created the zero anti-gravity device was from California. So you see lots of alignment. And of course, Orion. Oh shit, I have the live stream open on my computer. I was like, what? Who's talking there? I was like, who the hell is talking right now? That's funny. Yeah, I know. They told I found out about everything about that while I was on the stream. I need to scroll back up and get that guy's link and sub on his account.
Correct position before firing that main engine on the ICBS. Pad had a teacher's handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites. East to west, they are geosynchronous satellites that are positioned around the globe. And as Orion makes its way around the Earth right now, above the west coast of Africa, at an altitude of about 923 statute miles and counting.
Rail sick. Oh, right. You sent me. Oh, yes, you said you were sick at the time. Noble Woman Trainer 1.
Executed at the perigee. It is rather executed on the, actually closer to the apogee.
I very much doubt I cast you as two separate people in trainers.
What it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit.
Beautiful. That's most certainly you. What is the drive
Okay.
mode again? Oh, that's
How much time do we have left on the stream? 3 minutes. All right.
Tracking and data relay satellite handover from teachers east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well.
Stream 2, right? Yes. He has his, maybe that'll update until he goes live.
I need to make sure when he goes live, I'm on his streams too. All right, cool. I'm gonna get my laptop set up. I'm going to wash the dish and make a hot chocolate. Orion! Orion! You see, they named it Orion. They didn't name it anything else. You know why? Because I named it Orion. It was meant for me. They're flying me. I launched me into the atmosphere. I did all that. That's by my design. I created all that. I created all of that. But I said it must be named Orion. They're using my name. They didn't use like Ragnarok or what's another name? They didn't use Apollo again. They didn't use Minerva. They didn't use any of those names. They used Orion. They used my name. Huh? Amazon Prime? What the fuck are they talking about? Oh, okay, I see. They have an Amazon Prime channel. Got it. Wait, NASA has a NASA Plus? What? Yeah. All right, y'all. I have like 30 seconds left. Thank you so much for coming on today. I appreciate it. Yeah. Appreciate it. And have yourselves a good night. Tomorrow is my birthday, or this character's birthday, so we'll be just whatever. All right. Bye, y'all. All right, cool. Now that the stream is technically done, I did my wrap up. I'll do my wrap up again because there's a couple times that the live stream kind of cut out.